unapologetically Christian today. Even though I got a brother in here that's Muslim, I respect him too. But I want to make sure that I lay the foundation and make sure that we start out on a good foot, right? So I'm gonna get my buddy up here, Dontrell, come up here and give us a prayer, and we're gonna kick this thing off. He didn't even expect that coming, right? That's okay. That's okay. Make sure y'all get some food and coffee and water, all that stuff back there, man. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. I know I put you on the spot, didn't I? That's okay.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, Lord, we thank you now for this day, Lord. We thank you for this is the day that you have made, Lord, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, we thank you for every man, every family, every home that's represented here today. Lord, we thank you for all those who are responsible for this gathering of men, Father God. Lord, we thank you now for all who made this possible. Now, Lord, we just ask that the information that's been given, Father God, that we will apply it to our lives, that we can be better men of God. Lord, we love you and we thank you, and we'll be so careful to give you the praise, the glory, and the honor. In Jesus' name we pray. We thank you now. Amen.
Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's get this thing started here.
Everyone, can y'all hear me? There we go. All right, first of all, I want to welcome everybody. I am the I am -X. Welcome to our United Men's Mental Health Conference from the Great Conversation Podcast. We're going to go ahead and, without further ado, get into it.
The video. So I wanted to play a little clip of that. I know it's pretty vague, but I wanted to play a little clip of that so we can get in the mindset of what we're here, why we're here. We're coming together as men to see what it is we can do as men to help other men. So the premise behind a safe space is for an opportunity for men to come together and be vulnerable. We know how we are, so we're gonna just talk about it. We're not gonna, shake and jive. We're just gonna talk about how we don't like to be vulnerable, how it's hard for us to share emotions, how it's hard for us to say that I love you, how it's hard for us to cry. All of us, I'm pretty sure, have been told at some point in our lives that a man is not supposed to cry. Well, I'm gonna say it and I'm gonna cut it straight. It's a lie. It's a lie. Because if I can't cry, what am I going to do with my emotions? Where am I going to put them? Who's going to be there to support me when I need them? So I'm asking you guys today that if you feel like it, you cry. If you feel like you just want to get something out, we're going to give you that opportunity because this is an intimate setting for us brothers to be brothers. Because at the end of the day, I need you and you need me. There's no such thing as I'm by myself. And hopefully some of you brothers have already started to talk with one another to start to build some type of bond so you can have contact outside of this place. So this is really what it's truly about. And the things that we do here today, things that we talk about here today, is going to be vital and important to your life. It's so important that we set the precedence and the standard of what men should be doing, in particular, black men. I'm not going to sugarcoat that because at the end of the day, we're the ones that are struggling. We're the ones that are reaching out or not reaching out. And so it's important for us today to bring you substance, bring you content that's going to help you move from point A to point B. And some of our younger individuals that are here today, they're going to need to see and hear from some of the older seasoned men to know how to navigate what's happening in our world today. So I want you, first of all, give all of you guys a round of applause. Give yourself a hand. Y'all are really brave for coming out here this morning to learn, to glean from one another the purpose of your manhood. So I appreciate that because Saturday, I know everybody could be sleeping in, could be doing whatever they do because they work during the week. I get that. So I don't take this lightly. I truly do appreciate it. And I want to thank my presenters, Henry, Josh, and Matt, and Yokoi is on his way. So I want to thank them. Give them a hand, guys. So before we get to our first presenters, I want to do a couple icebreakers. Who like LeBron? Come on now. Okay. Who like MJ? You like them all? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? What's your classification? Man, I like that. I like that. Hey, I can learn something from that. Now, let me ask you this. How many of us grew up in an environment that we had to survive to get out, had to fight to get out? Come on now. All right, well, there. I'm one of them. Okay, there you go. Still, somebody said still fighting. So here's the thing. Now we talking about LeBron, we talking about MJ. It's easy to have conversation about that. But what about the true and the deep stuff that we deal with? How about the trauma that we deal with? Now, I'm a therapist, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about mental health because this is the whole purpose, right? I want to talk to you guys about your trauma if you're dealing with depression or anxiety, even if it goes as far as schizophrenia. I want to talk to you about that because that's real talk. When you're sitting at your domino table, when you're sitting at your card table, we talking about all the good stuff or all the good times. What about the stuff that really hits us there? You know what I mean? The stuff that make us sit back and think. Or what about those struggles that we holding on to? We trying to run a family. You got to get up in the morning. You don't even want to go to work. You tired. Yeah, right. Come on, that'll preach, right? Preach. You tired, but you got to keep going. That's the pressures I'm talking about. That's what we want to get into. We want to get involved in. And we want to actually approach it from different angles. These young men up here got a word that they want to speak today, and they want to give it to you guys how it was given to them. So I just want you guys to brace for that and give them opportunity, show them love, show them you appreciate it. And we're going to get into this thing. So without further ado, we're going to bring the sponsor. So this segment is sponsored by Zent LLC. Zent is a brand that stands behind the education and the progression of brands and professionalism. They do so by providing network resources, promotional platforms, and special brand or project consulting. That's Zant LLC. Now let's get it started. Joshua Patterson.
Man, I think y'all can do a little better than that. No, I'm just playing. First of all, I just want to say big shout out to brother Kevin Thomas and Mentality Unchained. I'm so honored and privileged to be here. Can we get a hand clap for brother Thomas? If I could, one thing that I'm excited about is just being amongst the brothers. I know for myself and maybe a couple other brothers in here, we occupy spaces where we're considered minorities. So being a black face in a white space, not only being in a continent or being in a country of America, but going to work every day in that environment. So I'm really excited to be here and connect with this, what my brother would call black gravity. And one thing I would like to ask, not demanding, because we all brothers and we meet on the level, if the brothers would feel comfortable coming down so I can just feel that energy. I know it's a lot of space in here. I would love to have the brothers right here. I think we could probably all fit on these front 3 or 4 rows just so I can feel that energy if possible. Any brothers that feel comfortable doing that? Appreciate y'all, man. For real, for real. It's hard being up here. I feel like I'm by myself a little bit. The lights is bright. Would love to look into the eyes of the brothers. Appreciate y'all, man, a lot. For real, it definitely helps, makes me feel a little bit better, less nervous. Appreciate you, bro. Very much appreciate y'all, brothers. I know we got some seniors, you know what I'm saying, some elders, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, OG, that's the OG section. Got to show ID to get over there. Man, very much appreciate that, brothers. Again, I know y'all brothers don't have to, so. I really would like, brother said we each had 10 minutes, so, okay. I really just wanted my, when I thought about and was preparing for this discussion, I knew there was gonna be brothers in here that were older than me, have a lot more experience than I do on this journey of manhood and self-discovery. Maybe a couple younger brothers. I really wanted this to kind of be a dialogue. My goal and with my time is just to kind of share my perspective. And then also I would love to gain, some perspective from you brothers as well. So just a little bit about myself. My name is Joshua Patterson. Born in Zion, raised in Zion, Illinois, and came to this community. So raised in Zion, went to Luther College in Decorah, Iowa, played football my entire life, and played football for 4 years in college, Division III, small Division III. Played cornerback. Any athletes in the building? Couple athletes. Okay, all right. Left Luther College. I always say I didn't know how black I was until I went to Iowa. But did 4 years in Iowa. And I think that was for 2 reasons. And I'm giving you all this background this is the foundation of, I feel like, who I am and my understanding of what manhood is. But in terms of being black in Iowa, I interacted with a lot of individuals who, on one hand, had never interacted with somebody who wasn't white. And on the other hand, I got a lot of questions about things that came natural to me. Why did I brush my hair that way? Or why do I wear shea butter? Or, other things that everybody in my house, just did every day. And so that really kind of sparked my journey of self-discovery, because for the first time in my life, I had to really think about why I was doing what I was doing, because up until that point, everybody just did that, left Luther College in Decorah, Iowa, and went and came to Rockford and got a job with a tobacco company, and was selling, Marlboros and Black and Miles in Copenhagen and Skull, and fell in love with this community. I was working at the Rockford Park District with Lamont Jones, a really good brother, and Greg Taylor, Kenrick, rest in peace, Kenrick. And I when I got here, people were saying like, man, like, don't go west of 20th Street, don't go west of Alpine, just trying to, when you were new to a community, trying to orient yourself and figure out where to go, where not to go, where the hood at, where the good food, all those things. and I ran into a lot of individuals who I would consider Rockford native haters, you know. And what that means to me is just like somebody from Rockford that doesn't have anything positive to say about Rockford. Anybody know? Rockford native haters. Yeah, Rockford native haters. Anybody know any Rockford native haters? Okay, all right. If you know a Rockford native hater, let me hear you say hate. Okay, all right. I'm not by myself then. um, so, but my introduction to Rockford, working in tobacco, driving around to all these grocery stores and convenience stores. I worked out of my car and I had to go to convenience stores and gas stations to sell cigarettes. And a lot of the gas station owners and they were of Middle Eastern or Asian descent. And then on the weekends, I was working at the Park District with 3 really strong black men, really 4. Matt was another brother that was working with us. Man, it was just black men running a really high quality, world class production, you know, in the youth sports department at the Park District. So anyway, my introduction to Rockford and what I was hearing about Rockford was 2 totally different things. And this is the first community that I lived in as an adult. So a lot of my development, you know, I always say, you know, happened here. And I always say that Zion made me, but Rockford raised me. And so I got here, instantly connected with some really good brothers, and my journey really went to another level as a man, you know, trying to figure out things for myself. And one thing that I would like to talk about was, you know, as far as our orientation. I think brother asked me to talk about masculinity and being emotionally available. So I come from a blended family. I have 5 brothers and 4 sisters, and only 1 sibling that shares the same mother and father as I do. So a lot of my, you know, growing up and trying to figure out where I fit, who I am, and where I fit in the world, started in my household. And you know, one thing I realized as I got older was, you know, I had a lot of anger and resentment towards my father, primarily because I found myself, you know, at 22 years old, and I had made a lot of mistakes, you know, a lot of mistakes with women, a lot of mistakes with drugs, a lot of mistakes with alcohol. And I felt like my father didn't really prepare me for the experiences that I was going to have to navigate as a man. And one I'm reading a book right now. It's called New Visions for Black Men, and it's really shaping and impacting the way that I understand manhood. But I do have a question: does anybody feel like they weren't prepared to be a man? Respect. Could I ask a couple questions? Okay. Um, if any brothers feel like um, the question I have is like, at what moment did you realize that you weren't prepared for the responsibility that you had as a man? Any brothers feel like sharing? I saw a couple hands. So the first question I had was, were there any other brothers? I shared the fact that I felt like I woke up at 22 and realized that I didn't feel like I had been properly prepared to be a man. And my realization came through the mistakes that I had made with women and drugs and alcohol. And so my question was, are there any other brothers who, you know, consider themselves men or felt like they didn't have the proper preparation? Nobody really prepared them to take on manhood. And what was that moment for you, or experience that you had that made you realize that? Can you pass the mic?
For me, it was not having a father who was literally 20 miles away, who never came to any of my games, who never supported me. And because he never was a father to me, I didn't know how to be a father to my children. So it was tough for me trying to be a dad to two boys and then later a girl when I didn't have I won't even call him a robot. I didn't have a man to show me this is what you do, this is what you don't do as a father.
Okay, I think I'm the opposite. I was prepared. I was prepared at an early age. I was thrown into the fire real quick, maybe 10, 11 years old. So I think I've been carrying manhood around too long, actually.
Bruh said he was thrown in the fire at 10, 11 years old. Bruh talked about not having support, you know, and the things that he was invested in, athletics and sports and things like that. Appreciate y'all brothers for sharing.
For me, my dad died when I was 5, and I grew up in a 2-parent household. Up until that point, my dad taught me how to read, everything. I remember being 7 years old, and there was not 7, I was 4th grade, only black kid in the class, and there was something about how you throw a baseball and how you throw a baseball in gym class, and this white boy was like, "You would know that if your dad was in your life," and he's like, because baseball is a sport that's passed down father from son traditionally, and you shouldn't really be on this team. And I knew from there that I was never going to get that. And I think that charged a desire to know more and to overcompensate. And I didn't really realize I wasn't a man until probably a couple months ago when my daughter called me crying about the status of our relationship. And I realized I was struggling at this thing. And instead of like reaching out, I like doubled down, and it's kind of straining us right now. So I'm realizing that through my actions with my daughter.
Man, appreciate you sharing, bro. We're gonna work it out.
I'm just hearing.
Oh, okay. You're gonna pass it. Oh, okay. You working? Okay. Respect. I think, bruh.
A lot of manhood is connected with sports. I'm 81, and for my entire life, I've been doing the same thing I do every day. When I get the Rockford Register Star, I go to the sports section and I open it up and I pull out the comics and I throw the rest away. All my life, I've never done much or been very good in sports. I wasn't very well coordinated, but my father never did anything to nurture me in sports. And when I was a little boy, I was made fun of, and I was always the last one picked for the team. I have a lot of reasons to not like sports. So there's a whole part of my life that doesn't take much time away from other things. And I like that because there's a lot of other things I'm interested in. But also, in terms of my identifying myself as a man, that part of my manhood is missing.
Appreciate you for sharing, bro.
So growing up, my dad had mental illness. He was bipolar and schizophrenic. So when you said mental health, I think that's really important because he would have episodes, and then my mom did the best she could, but she got tired, and so she divorced him, and then but when during the divorce, it was like I created this hatred towards my dad because it was like he was always taken away from my mom's. And then now my mom's like, "Oh, black man this, a black man is what's wrong with the black man like right now?" And I'm like, "It's not all black man. I'm here. I'm your son." And you spreading the hatred of like what it is, and so now I'm become but she always taught me the principles of what it is to become a black man. So I agree with dude was saying, like, I had mentors that were putting information into me like at a young age, but was I ready to hear it? I don't think so. So now I'm kind of like in the journey of like, I don't know, like I'm slowly getting there because I'm taking the time for me, you know?
Respect. Appreciate you for sharing, bro. Any other brothers want to share? So one thing that, first of all, I appreciate all the brothers for sharing. Can we get a hand clap? Yeah. I think that, talking about a safe space and being vulnerable, it takes a lot of courage, especially for us as men, as black men, to be able to have some of this conversation. And I appreciate you again, you said, brothers only, what I'm saying? No women allowed, the she-man haters club. But so much of my development, has come from being connected to other black men. And I'm a part of a Masonic lodge, and that has given me the opportunity to be connected to brothers that are twice my age, sometimes 3 times my age. That has really helped me understand, some of the things that I'm dealing with. But I think, what is masculinity? And looking at the definition of masculinity talks about the attributes, the traits, and the features of what is considered to be a boy or a man. And so asking the question, that was posed, at what point did we realize, that maybe we weren't prepared to take on that responsibility, or when we realized, like, oh snap, like this is a real unique experience that I'm having, like everybody's not having the same experience, of one being a man, two being a black man. And I think having, one of the things that my pastor always talks about is the whole blessed and highly favored culture that we tend to have, as a black community. It goes beyond the black church. Everybody cool. Like, bro, how you doing, man? I'm great, bro. And then we got social media where everybody's just showing the highlights of everything. And sometimes so it's like, who can I talk to about the stuff that I'm going through? Who gonna really understand and feel what I'm saying? And for me, that's been very therapeutic to have a community of brothers that I can go and talk to, who have been vulnerable with me by telling me, bro, like, I made mistakes with drugs. I made mistakes with alcohol. I made mistakes with women. Like, I did X, Y, and Z, and this was the result. I'm like, dang, you did that too? Versus like feeling like there's nobody I can talk to. So that's why, man, so this is so powerful, and I appreciate the brothers for sharing. And I hope that as the day goes on, more brothers continue to be vulnerable and continue to share, because that testimony, that experience that you have, it's another brother sitting in here who's dealing with that same thing, but feel like he can't talk to nobody about it. One thing that I would like to, so in terms of what do men do, I would love for us to have a conversation, and maybe just, we can limit to a couple of people sharing, but, what does it mean to be a man? And I think that, for me, and this is another thing I heard at New Zion, my pastor, he's talked about, you can die faster from poison than you can starvation. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm putting words in your mouth. And he always talks about, he uses that analogy to talk about bad religion. And so for me, growing up, everybody that I was connected to always went to church. Like, we went to church every Sunday, every Wednesday, and every Thursday, young men's training class. But I was 22 years old was the first time I met another man that was practicing abstinence. So my whole life, everybody was saying, like, man, we Christians, like, Christians don't fornicate. Christians don't have sex until they get married. But everybody I knew was getting it in. You know what I'm saying? So my understanding of what it meant to be a Christian was, okay, I got a wins column and I got a loss column. And as long as I got more wins than I got losses, I'm good with God. Like I can go smash shorty, I can go, you know what I'm saying, do this, do that. But for every wrong thing I do two good things. Yeah, it's a scale. You know what I'm saying? You know, right. 69 is passing. You know what I'm saying? D's get degrees. So that's what I was on. That was my approach to it. So thinking about that same concept with manhood, you know, I never really got I think a firm understanding of really what it meant. And I think a lot of times the value of that is, I think for me, I've often felt inadequate. And talking about mental health, the times where I feel most unstable as a man is when I feel like I'm not living up to what it means to be a man. So I feel inadequate as a man. And so I would like to pose the question just to spark some dialogue again, you know, for us in this room to create a shared definition and understanding of when we're talking about manhood, what are we talking about? What does it really mean to be a man? Anybody? Chief.
Are we inherently men, or is men an action? Because like I hear people say, well, if you can strip a man anything, you're still a man. You still stand up when you piss. But then it's like are you a man when you, like, I think what struggles with black people is black men is we don't have a rite of passage.
Come on now.
And like you're Jewish, you turn 13, whatever, you're gonna have a bar mitzvah, you're turning into a man. A Mexican girl, she has a quinceañera, she's turning into a woman. Our culture, when are you a man? When you make the baby, when you pay your mom's rent for the first time, when you live on your own, like what is like what and then even then we're still leaving manhood to what you do. So for me, I don't actually have an answer. So I don't know.
Bruh in the back, man. You mind sharing? Not yet? All right, respect. Oh. Oh, okay. Can we hear from the OGs? From the VIP section? Respect. Absolutely. And that's one thing that, you know, as I've done, you know, the little bit of research I've done in terms of oftentimes the manhood is associated with it, with being a protector and being a provider. Also, a lot of what I was told was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep you a couple on your team. Promiscuity, you know, even if it wasn't directly saying like that, like everybody I knew was on that, you know. And I think that I think one of the brothers that shared talking about being 10, 11, 12 years old, and I think you hit it on the head. You stole a little bit of my gusto, low key. I was going with that rite of passage. But you're on point with that. Like, I've observed and experienced at times you got a 10, 11, 12-year-old boy that doesn't have another male figure in the house. And that 10, 11-year-old is being told, you the man of the house. And he, you know, 10, 11, 12 years old. Or the other side is, you know, like myself, waking up, you 18 years old, or you wake up, you 21 years old, or you 33, or you 40, or you 50, or however old, and people are looking at you with the expectation, of you a man. So that means that you know how to navigate and manage certain things and responsibilities and situations and scenarios, but nobody has really prepared. Nobody has really prepared you to take on those responsibilities. So the question that's being posed right now is like, what are we talking about? What does it really mean when we think about man? To the individuals in the audience right now that identify, if somebody were to ask you, "Are you a man?" you would say, "Yeah, I'm a man." What does that mean? Like, how are you so sure? What do you hang your hat on to say, "All right, this is what makes me a man"? Chief. Is it green? I got you. Oh, I think it's on.
think, yeah. All right. So I think manhood is about mindset. First, that's why I like the shirt. Mindset separates us from the best, because it's like, um, I wrote a whole paper in high school, like, because there was our religion teacher wanted us to write a paper about manhood, and my uncle said like it's about responsibility, and responsibility, accountability, and it's taking on those, being accountable for your actions. I feel like makes you a man. No matter what decision you make, no matter, like, let's just take it from the Bible. Moses was like, God told him, you need to move. It's like, all right, we need to move then. He made that decision, he followed it. He was accountable for those decisions. He was responsible for taking the people out of Israel. And so I feel like when you're communicating with God and you're sitting here and connected with the source, and then you were responsible for your actions, then that's where you become a man.
Respect. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
Can I ask that?
Yo.
It just came to me when he was talking about that. I think for me, I'm going to gauge it off of what I needed my dad for. I think I needed my dad when my mom was yelling at me, to him to be like, yo, don't talk to that boy like that. He's a future king. Like, I think a man, I needed my dad to build my confidence up. I'll never hear my dad say, I'm proud of you. And I can't remember the last time I heard any man say, I'm proud of you. And you got to live with that. I think being a man is, every man like my grandfather, when my granny called on him, he picked up the phone. When my mom needed him, he picked up the phone. So I think it's like he said, like, just being somebody that other people can, unfortunately, I guess, drop their stuff on you and you can carry their load. It's just like, every crown you wear is a cross to bear.
Hey man, well, I want you know, man, we proud of you, bro. The men in here, we proud of you, man. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I'm sorry, man. This brother right here in the black, I just feel like you got something powerful to say, bro. Can I talk to you for a second? All right, can we get the mic up to bro? Oh, and the VIP? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Deke. Oh, we need another mic.
Being a man, when I was growing up, basically, I watched my father, and we never were stressed on particular area. When you became a man, we figured when you're 21, you are supposed to be a man. But leading up to that, basically, all I did was watch my father, watch what he did, how he took care of us, and all of that was instilled in my mind and my heart. But now, when I got 21, you have three parts, and you have your mother, you have your father, and you have your home. My idea was not exactly like my father's. So my idea overpowered what I learned from dad. Then I got wild, like I was kind of a mischievous type person. I didn't mess around, didn't play. I was kind of hard-headed. I like to fight, put it to you like that. I like to prove myself that I'm better than you are in any way, shape, or form. But as I got older and my mind started changing, so I tell people that they don't believe that I rode with the Hells Angels in motorcycle. But what I saw, I went to a rock fest. Well, if you guys know what that is back in the day, I went to a rock fest with the Hells Angels. And what I learned from back then came out because I was seeing what I did not like. I wasn't into all of that stuff. So my mind changed to a point to where I had to concentrate more or less on what my responsibility was. Then Daddy's thought came into my mind. What my responsibilities were and how I am supposed to do to support my family, protect my family, and make sure they had everything they wanted, but my wild mind was still there in the background. I was still wild to a point. But I don't want to tell you I took care of my family. That is the responsibility because the kids you have and the sweet little wife you married, it did it because that was the way it's supposed to be. Now, a lot of people won't believe this, and a lot of them will because we have Christians here in this audience. God has set what he wants you to be and how you want to be. See, I went through a lot of stuff. But the bottom line is that when time came for me to change, my nephew had a blood clot. He died. Aneurysm. I had one a month ago, but I'm still here in my stomach.
Amen.
In time. So, all that being said, your attitude of what you take over in about 45 or 50, I really didn't become a real Christian until I was 50 years old. Thank God for Pastor Copeland. He came here, and that's when my mind really changed to follow our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I was 50 years old when all that happened. But up to that, responsibility, your attitude, like I said, you have three parts. Your part or your parents or your mother's part are going to take over. Whichever one that's take over, that is the way you're going to be for the rest of your life. That's me. Right now, ain't nothing going to change my idea about my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, period. Bottom line. That's all I want to say.
Appreciate you, Deke. That man said he had a blood clot 2 weeks ago. Could have died, but he's here today. Appreciate you, Deke, for being here. Bruh.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chris Azer. I'm actually from downtown, so I got a chance to come today. I think one of the things, we think about manhood. I think about the core of a human being. I think about the spiritual, the mental or intellectual. I think about the emotional, the social, and the physical aspects of a human being. So when we think about manhood, it's really being able to develop each and every aspect of those core of a man. So you can do a lot of physical accountability and responsibility. That's the physical, but that's part of that. But there's also the spiritual, emotional, intellectual, as well as social responsibility and accountability that needs to develop as well. And if we can really pursue those aspects of, and all those aspects of who we are, then I think we can really do a lot of great things, both to God, for God and our communities.
Appreciate you. Can you grab that mic? So one thing, because I got the cue to wrap it up. One thing that I wanted to introduce in terms of landing a plane, I'm reading a book right now. I wanted to give brothers a resource The book is called New Visions for Black Men, and it's by a Black psychologist named Dr. Naeem Akbar. And one of the things that he talks about in that book is you're born a male. Well, he talks about the evolution from a caterpillar to a cocoon to a butterfly. And he compares that to the development from being a male to a boy to a man. And he talks about he introduces that idea of a rite of passage, as Jalen was talking about. And one of the things he mentioned was that as a caterpillar, if the caterpillar doesn't evolve and go into the cocoon and ultimately become reach its full potential as a butterfly, what will happen to it? You know, it'll die. But the biggest difference is as humans and as men, you know, there's really no way of knowing if you looking at a 80-year-old boy or a 60, 70, 20, 30-year-old boy. So he was saying that there's a lot of worm-like, you know, men. And I thought that was deep. And so one of the things that he talks about is discipline. And he talks about how, you know, discipline. So as a male, when you're born, you are essentially you fall victim oftentimes to selfish cravings and our own pleasures and our own desires. So you got a baby. Any fathers in the house? So y'all understand, the baby don't care what time it is, what you got going on. If it's the holiday, if they hungry, they gonna do what? They gonna cry. And they not gonna stop crying until whatever desire that they have is satisfied. They'll turn the house upside down until they get that bottle. So he talks about that, you know, discipline and understand selflessness as a part of that development and evolution from being a male to a boy and developing reasoning. I know myself, you know, if we talking about manhood, we all got these desires. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get my tip wet. I mean, I don't know if I'm the only one. Too real? Too real? Cats be trying to get their tip wet, you know? And I can remember times in my relationship with my partner where I'm like, man, it's one of them times. Like, I'm feeling it. Like, my spidey senses is tingling. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's about that time. You know what I'm saying? It's been a couple weeks. Might have been a couple days, you know what I'm saying? Depending on how you feeling. Yeah, run that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I've been opening the door. I've been doing all the stuff that you say you want me to do. You know what I'm saying? Bought you them flowers, you know, cooked, you know what I'm saying? Made sure you wasn't tired, you know what I'm saying? Wash the dishes, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's up? And still not, you know, my desire still not being satisfied. When I felt like I did everything I was supposed to do in order to get to that expectation that I had, and that expectation not being met. And like a baby, I turn the house upside down. I say something that make her mad. Now she mad, I'm mad. The whole house is up in flames now because I didn't get what I wanted, when I wanted it, how I wanted it. And so in the book, New Visions for Black Men, he talks about selflessness being a big part of the evolution from going from a male to a boy and into a man. Two more things and I'll be off, bro. He also talked about discipline. discipline. And what I liken discipline to is, you know, oftentimes it's like that. We watch the cartoon, it's like the devil and the angel, you know, devil on one side, angel on one side. And we have to make a decision between what we feel like doing and what we know we should do. And a boy, because they haven't developed rationality, they think that whatever in front of them, they don't understand that everything come back around in a circle. Like you have an opportunity, you want to say something, but it might not be the right time, it might not be the right place, and you might not be the right person for this person to hear it from. A boy doesn't understand that rationality. And one thing in the community I'm a part of, we talk about the importance of harmony. And I'm losing my train of thought. But we talk about the importance of harmony. And so I was having a conversation about, you know, when we get into, you know, anytime you get into it, I get into it with my lady and the temperature of the house is down, it's always like I'm the one who got to go back and start the conversation or apologize or, you know what I'm saying, rectify the situation. So in terms of reconciliation, in order to get the harmony in the household, the conversation was, whose responsibility is it to reconcile a situation to create harmony in our house? And something my executive director told me, he said, it's the person with the knowledge. And that really changed my perspective. So as men, in the book, he talks about there's certain things that we know. And one thing that I've heard is, if you can hunt, you can hear. So a lot of times people say something, you say, huh? Because I don't want to be responsible. My son, I tell him, hey, go get your shoes on. He say, huh? Because he don't want to act like he heard me, because he don't want to be responsible for doing what I said. So as men, it's like in the book, he talks about there's things that we know, and because we know them, it becomes our responsibility. And in terms of maintaining harmony in our household and going back to going from a male to a boy and being selfless, one thing I've experienced is that seldom is it going to happen the way we expect it. Probably 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, it's not going to happen the way we expect it. But then how do we respond to that? That's that discipline factor. And the last thing that he talks about in the book is self-determination. And so he talks about selflessness, he talks about discipline and self-determination. And that's, I think, in terms of having a vision for ourselves, you know, as Black men. And this is something I was talking to my brother about on the way here. You know, I had an expectation for the day. You know, I was gonna wake up, I was gonna put on this song, I was gonna do this, I was gonna stretch, do yada yada yada. But as soon as I woke up, my son had this going on. I'm in the bathroom, they gotta use the bathroom, all these different things. I didn't get my tip wet last night like I wanted to. I tried to pop it off this morning, it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm psychologically, you know what I'm saying, going through all these different things, but I'm still having the expectation and these responsibilities that I have to, you know, carry out and act upon, even though my mental and everything I'm going through is in a lot of different places. And I think that oftentimes what I found myself in terms of self-determination, having to constantly reinvent myself. And I don't know if any brothers, you know, have felt like that before. But there's so many things around us telling us that we're not living up to the expectation. We're not doing, and oftentimes it's our own expectation. Because I said I wanted to do X, Y, and Z. I'm not there yet, or I'm not, you know, I didn't do it the way I envisioned it in my mind. And so I'm holding myself to this expectation and I'm here. And so now I'm feeling inadequate as a man because I know what I'm capable of and I'm not reaching my full capacity as a man. So those are the times in the book he talks about us having to reinvent ourselves. In those moments when things aren't going the way that we expect, how do we create a new vision in that moment, last night I had a plan for my day, but I woke up and it's not happening the way that I want it to happen. I wanted to buy this car by 21. I wanted to be this house by 33. I wanted to have my six pack. Last year I had New Year's resolutions, and last month I said I was gonna do this. This week I want my week to look like that. We gotta have a vision, but how do, when things aren't going our way and it don't look like what we want it to look like? One tool that he offers in the book as a tool for self-determination is reinventing ourselves and reorienting that vision in those moments so we don't become inadequate by an old vision, trying to live out an old vision in a new day. So the book is called New Visions for Black Men. It's by Dr. Naeem Akbar. My name is Joshua Patterson. I hope y'all have took away something from this dialogue and conversation. Big shout out to Kevin Thomas and Mentality Unchained, -X, and the Great Conversation podcast. I'm excited to build with y'all brothers for the rest of the day. Have a blessed one.
We want to thank Josh for that, man. That was awesome. I appreciate you guys chiming in. And when you guys get the mic, make sure you speak it into the mic, because we want to make sure we hear you clearly, and the other brothers that are next to you can hear you as well. Man, I truly do appreciate that. So what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to have my nephew to give you guys an index card. I need everyone to grab an index card and a pen. Can you give him a pen too? And I want you to write something on there. I'm going to give you what I want you to write on the card. And as you write this, I want you to think about this throughout the process of what we're doing here today, because it's very important that everyone understands why we're here, what we're doing, and what our responsibilities are moving forward. If we need more pens and cards, we'll grab them, but we need everyone to grab a card. When everyone gets a card, I want you to write the impact of projection. The impact of projection. Robert, over there. The impact of projection. And then I also want you to write my responsibility. The impact of projection. You need a pen? And my responsibility. Yeah. You gotta break that bad boy off. Anybody need me to repeat that? The impact of projection and my responsibility. I want you guys to think about that throughout the show. And we're going to talk about that later on, but I want you to think about that. Also, I want you to take a look up here for a second. It says RIP, and then it says the change you want to be, and it says under construction. When we go through tragic moments, traumatic moments, how do we deal with that? My 19-year-old son lost one of his friends when he came home for Christmas break. 19 years old, got sick, had blood on the brain, passed away. How do we as men deal with tragic or traumatic events from a friend, from a family member? How do we deal with that? Because it's one thing to go to the funeral and be present at the funeral, but what do you do when the casket closed, the church closed, you back at home and you had to get up and go to work the next morning? How you deal with that? I want you to really think about the essence of what we're doing here today. It's very important that we understand that we have to be able to be vulnerable. It's okay to call your homeboy and say, "Hey man, let's sit down and talk. I'm not feeling well. Let's check in with each other." This is the stuff that I'm hoping that we spark here today, that you guys see a man here that you can have connection with, that when we leave this place, you can call them on a weekly basis, a daily basis, however, to reach out to them. Because we're leaving here, I don't know if y'all notice, we're losing some of our young men, some of our sons. How you dealing with that? How you dealing with that? So, right before we go into our next segment, which is sponsored by very own Mike Williams here, Michael Williams and Hazel Graham. They are the owners of New You. Their mission is to create superior customer service experience and promote confidence in both the beauty and the design industry. I want to thank Mike and Hazel Williams for sponsoring us. They're sponsoring this segment. So without further ado, we're going to have Mr. Henry X. We're going to have Mr. Henry Daniels come up here, and he's going to present to you guys. Give him a hand. I know, right?
Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. I like that. Hey. Okay, I was feeling that for a second. All right. My name is Brother Henry. As they have said, I'm going to try to, it's just men here, right? So I hope none of y'all ears ain't extra sensitive. I'm not, my background don't. So I may say some words, charge it to my head, not my heart. All right. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. You heard in the background. I own a private school for K through 12. It's only 3 Black-owned schools in Illinois. I own one of them. All right. Additionally, I'm a high-ticket coach. So young people that come, maybe if you're an entrepreneur, they haven't got their first 6 figures yet, I help them learn how to make your first 6 figures. Easy, right? For 6-figure entrepreneurs plus 7-figure entrepreneurs, I teach people how to build private schools like my own school. All right. So this year will be the first year probably on track that we'll make 7 figures in 1 year. So that's cool. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a part of that. Y'all can clap for that. Now, I grew up in hip hop, so I teach through hip hop. So J. Cole had this line that I want to say to the men, and I'm gonna give you my story. We'll make this really interactive, all right? J. Cole had this line, and basically J. Cole said, "I hope you know that the money won't erase the pain." All right. And that's key going in, because sometimes when I meet people, especially brothers, we get really excited. Like, oh, we about to go get this bag. We about to make this money. And the money's cool. But money, no matter how much you make, it's going to solve all your money problems, but it won't solve all your problems. All right. Now, I'm not telling you money is not important. Money is important. Right after sunlight, oxygen, and water, then comes money. So you need to know how to make money. All right. But let me give you a little bit of my background so you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. My earliest memory, like parental memory, I remember when my mom and dad got divorced. I was like 6. Well, I remember the incident that led to the divorce because I was 6. In my mind, I can see that incident vividly. Like I can still hear the tone. I remember everything that happened. I remember how it played out. And my parents got divorced when I was 6. I remember my dad at a certain point, even though he's a preacher, my dad also was dope dealer, right? Also got hooked on drugs. And so I remember days sitting, waiting for my dad to come pick me up, and then days never came, right? So I didn't have the male role model in the household, I only had my mother. I do remember when I was 13, because I was getting in all kind of trouble. Like, I was doing the stuff that young black men do, right? Okay, this interactive. When I ask y'all a question, I'm gonna need some feedback, all right? So when I ask you a question, if you feel it, give me a yeah. If you don't feel it, then you don't feel it, all right? I remember my daddy always saying he would come to see me and never coming. Occasionally he would come, but never coming, right? But then I got in trouble at school, and I finally got my father's attention. So he came out to see me, and I remember he drove me out to some woods, and he said, all right, if you want to be a man, you got to fight me square up. It's just us. We're in the middle of a woods. Ain't nothing out there but us. Ain't no running, ain't no calling for help. My dad, like 6'2", big, and it's me. And I'm probably shorter than I'm still short now. So you know I was shorter then, right? He square up. We got to scrap. I'm like, dang, because I had been getting in fights. And I was cold. I got hands, but I can't fight my daddy, right? And it's crazy. In my mind, I was thinking the whole time, so this nigga could come see me when I get in trouble to fight me, but you can't be there to help me ride a bike. You can't be there to come to my games. You can't be there when I really need a man, but you can come disciplined to come fight me in the woods, but you can't be there no other time, right? Psychologically, I didn't understand at that time what was happening. Now, there were men in my community that were striving to be men and be examples and keep us on a straight path, but, you know, your friends is your biggest influence. And so I was into everything crazy, right? My oldest cousin was the chief of the Mo's in Chicago at Foster Park, right? I didn't even realize the danger I was in hanging out with them because it was my big cousin, right? I thought it was normal that you be in the park, somebody throw up GD, and everything get to cracking, and everybody get to fight. I thought that was normal behavior, right? Because this is what I saw from men. I thought men, you're supposed to be tough. You're supposed to have a bunch of women. Everything I knew about manhood that I had learned was a lie, right? Today, I'm 40. I have more dead homies than I can count on both hands and both fingers and both toes. I have so many dead friends that didn't make it to this point that I can't even remember them all. I was talking to some of my friends and it was like, remember such and such? I was like, dang, no, I really don't. Barely even got the memory, didn't make it past 20, didn't make it past 21. So I understood something about what it's like growing up in that environment and not really knowing what manhood's about, right? But lucky for me, all the things I hated about my dad that I said I would never do, guess what happened? When I got older, I became my dad, right? The things I hated about him, somehow I began drifting into, right? And to the point where, you know, I was getting high every day. I was kicking it. I was hanging out. And something happened for me. So for me, the blessing I ran into at a young age, because mind you, by the time I was like 18, I was already kicking it with strippers. I was already in the spots. I already knew who was what. My friend, we was robbing people at gunpoint. Like, I was already into what they call the shit, right? I was already in it. But a blessing happened for me, though. I had a friend who made a bet with me. He said, I'll buy you some weed if you come to this meeting with me. I was like, say less. Feel me? I'm out. We go to this meeting. I hear this brother talking. Actually, he'll be here later. He's one of the other guest speakers. And this brother has known me since I've been in about 8th grade and became a mentor. That's my mentor to this day, right? The brother, as he's speaking, I heard the brother say some stuff I had never heard a black man say before. I was captivated because all I knew about manhood was, you know, what we get from like hip hop and TV and radio and TV, all that type of stuff, right? So for me, a thing happened to me. I joined the Nation of Islam, right? And for the first time, I was around other men that was like real men. Like the brothers in the street, they talk tough, but the reason everybody's at odds with everybody is because we're over emotional and because we're scared. Like gangbanging is about being scared. Like, yo, Evan, I gotta smash them first. They're gonna smash me. It's over emotional, right? It's being scared. For the first time in my life, I was around real men. And this was a new experience for me. Like I came to the mosque with my brother. What's your lining look like? Your lining messed up. I never had a daddy. I get my hair cut when I feel like it. Brother told me, don't you ever come around me with your hair like that again. Drop down, give me 50 push-ups. I'm doing the push-ups like, man, But he was a big brother, so I wasn't gonna say nothing. It was what it was, right? Dude, knocked these 50 push-ups out. But being around men gave me a sense of who I was becoming. We had a clear definition for what a man is. Said a man was a maintainer, a provider, a protector, right? But not just for your family, for your community, right? Real life story. There was a robbery that happened at Waylow gas station. I'm gonna repeat it all throughout. The definition that was told to me was a man is a maintainer, a provider, and a protector, right? And I'm gonna give you what I mean. We'll get into some interactive stuff, all right? There was a robbery that happened at Waylow gas station. It got caught on camera, all right? Young brother comes into the gas station. There's a sister in there. He grabs her purse. He got to be no more than like 17 years old. There's a brother that's 6'4", 6'5", like stocky. Looked like he'll knock an elephant out. The brother starts fighting with the sister for the purse. On camera, the brother standing there, he starts screaming. Ah, he crazy. I'm like, hold on. You're not going to help the sister who's fighting for her purse? You 6'4". You see, part of the problem with manhood, when we talk about maintaining, providing, and protecting, is that the men haven't been made into men, right? As a man, it's your duty and responsibility to protect your community. Every other community outside of the black community protects their own. You can't go to Chinatown and violate. They'll violate you. You can't go to Jewtown and violate. They'll violate you. You can't go to Little Mexico acting crazy. Only in the black community are the doors wide open and the young people run the streets and the men don't check the young boys, right? Because manhood's not taught in our community. Manhood is something we here right now trying to figure it out. I'm still trying to figure it out, right? I'm going to give y'all this couple pieces. The first part, I've been married for 16 years. You know, you can clap it up for that. Don't hate. You can clap it up. 16 long years. Married men, you know. Shit. Okay. So when I first got married, and this is the importance of this conference. When I first got married, because I didn't know what a husband or a father or a man was supposed to be, I remember the first time me and my wife got in a fight. The only thing I knew when I got into it with somebody was beef. So I treated her like the ops. I'm talking cold. I want to talk. I don't want to hear shit. Don't even talk to me. Go in the other room. I'm cold hard with it. Like, ain't no conversation. The house temperature, what you say, the house temperature? That mug down to here. You hear me? Like, ain't no conversation. Because all I know is, in the street, when it's on and cracking, it's on and cracking. Ain't no buddy, let's get together and talk about it. So that's how I treated my marriage. Brothers, absolutely wrong way to go about it. I'm in marriage counseling right now to this day. I just had a therapy session 2 days ago, all right? I'm in therapy right now because whoever taught us how to be men, right? Let me share this adage with you and we'll get into some interactive stuff. How many of y'all ever heard of the old bulls in Africa? Anybody? A few, one. About the elephants, the male elephants, Johannesburg. Let me give y'all this anecdote. Long story short, there was a national reserve in Johannesburg, Africa, where they were hunting all the male elephants, right? The male population began to decrease to such a point where they said that the males were about to be extinct. They took the males out of the environment. When all the male elephants left the environment, guess what happened? The jungle went crazy. If any of this sounds like what you see outside right now, it's not coincidence. Jungle went crazy. The young elephants began terrorizing the jungle. They started killing lions, stomping out crocodiles, attacking hippopotamuses, killing other lions. The young lions started forming cliques and going to war with each other based off what elephants didn't like about the other elephant. The female elephants got lazy, overweight, and they stopped mothering the young elephants. The young elephants began to run the jungle. When the scientists saw what was happening, they said, we got to go in and kill all the elephants because the elephant population is going crazy. One scientist said, wait a second, before we kill all the elephants, how about we try one more thing? They said, what's that? How about we import into the jungle more male elephants? Do you know when the male elephants came back to the jungle within 2 weeks, the jungle was back in order? It shows you the importance of you, brothers. that you and the power you have, our community is in disorder because the men are not present. I talk like this because this is how men talk to me. So sorry, this is not my like entrepreneurial type of, this is manhood talk, right? My duty to Minister Farrakhan is I'm responsible to teach and train the men that's in the nation. So I've been training men for almost 15 years underneath his leadership. So this is how I talk to men. So you got to excuse my passion. It's not disrespectful. It's just my passion. I'm passionate about y'all. All right. So understand, brothers, you all are very important. And we have to come to a place where we understand as brothers that we need each other. We got to come to a point where we understand the things we've been taught about manhood. Most of it is falsehood. Like, you're not a man because you tough. Okay. Anybody can lift weights. All right. You're not a man just because you can sleep around with a bunch of women. It's a lot of easy women out here. In 2023, you just jump on a box. Tinder. What you want? Let's link. Simple, right? Probably ain't the type of woman you want, no way. If you're interested in making a lot of money, you're probably not going to have time to chase a bunch of women to pump yourself up unless you want to lose that money, because women cost money. Anytime you see a woman, what you really should see is a big dollar sign. And to the degree of woman that you want, multiply that dollar sign, all right? Because that's what a woman is. It's a lot of responsibility. Maintainer, provider, protector. You got to be able to maintain her, maintain you, maintain your household, maintain your children, maintain the community. You got to be able to provide. You got to be, and not just provide monetarily, you got to be able to provide knowledge. My daughter tests into the top 2% of students in the country, right? People always ask me, one of the reasons we started the school, what did you do with your daughter? Can you give us the secret sauce? You want to know what my secret sauce was? I spent time with her. We homeschooled her. I spent about 30 minutes a day, every day, putting my daughter on the new stuff. By the time she's 2, if you go on Facebook, you see my daughter doing advanced math at 2 years old. You see her reading at 2 years old. By the time I went to put her in private school, they was like, well, she's doing what our 3rd and 4th graders are doing. She's a kindergartner, right? All it took was time. And I'm telling you, of your greatness, if you put in the work, you can do the same thing. We're also protectors. Now, don't get me wrong, brothers. You got to know how to throw your hands. Don't get it twisted. If something happened, man, you can't be no, man, well, because here's the thing. If you love something, you're willing to fight for it. If you're not willing to fight for it, you don't love it. I'm going to repeat that so y'all can catch it. If you're not willing to fight for it, you do not love it. If anything that you love, you will fight for. Y'all love y'all mamas? Y'all remember when we was younger? Somebody said, yo, mama, such and such. What happened? Right? Throwing hands, right? If you love it, you'll fight for it. If you want to know if you love something, see if you'll fight for it. If you don't fight for it, you don't love it. But guess what else is not just hands? You want to be successful? You willing to fight for it? I wanted to be married and stay married. Guess what I had to do to keep my marriage? I got to fight for it, right? I had to fight for it. My wife not going to put up with me mugging her every time. Like, Mickey, you need to change. You're right, babe. And it's not just change, it's progress. Change is going to happen naturally. You're going to get older. Your hair going to turn colors. I'm not, I used to be this skinny little dude. Not as much now, right? You're going to change naturally, but progress is different. So I'm going to go through and ask y'all some questions. We're going to make this a little bit interactive. Let me get y'all on right quick. All right. This is what we're going to do. So nobody feels like they being shunned out. I'm going to read off some of the traumas that's common to our community. Just stand up if this applies to you. You've been affected by gun violence. Just stand up. Just stand up if you've been affected by gun violence. If you say you haven't been affected by gun violence, you lying. How are you black in America and haven't been affected by gun? You ain't seen Trayvon Martin? You haven't seen Tamir Rice? You ain't seen George Floyd? You ain't what? Yeah, everybody should be standing on that, all right? All right, you can sit back down. Y'all gonna do a lot of sitting and standing, so get ready. This is exercise. We're about to burn some calories. If you've been affected by police brutality, let me see. Nobody been, what? Let's say right here in Rockford, we had a freshman dumped on his head. How could you not be affected by police brutality? Right? All right, sit back down. These are traumas, and I'm asking because I'm leading up to something. All right? Racism and discrimination. If you've been affected by racism and discrimination, shit. Some of y'all capping, boy. Some of y'all not standing up out of pride. J. Cole said pride is the devil. And left so many RIP. All right, y'all can have a seat. All right. Homelessness, anybody been affected by homelessness? Hey, straight up, on my road up, y'all can have a seat, y'all can have a seat. I wasn't quite homeless, but I didn't understand how to make money. Do you know I was fired from over 25 jobs? At one point in my marriage, I was so poor, the lights was out, cars repoed, being foreclosed, after being evicted, the water was off, gas was off. We were so poor that we used to have to sneak to the YMCA before they closed and sneak in at night to take showers, right? I know all about poverty. I know about it. I wasn't homeless, but I damn near was, right? I just had a fancy box. My box looked like a home. It wasn't quite homeless, but damn it, that's homeless, all right? Stand up if you've been affected by unemployment. I'm gonna stand up 25 times. Who else been affected by unemployment? No, some of y'all been employed this whole time? Shit, y'all should have put me on. God damn. All right. Poverty. Stand up if you've been affected by poverty. Boy, y'all who ain't been affected by poverty, you know something the minister said to us? The minister told us that you can never rise. You can have a seat. He told us you can never rise above the condition of your people. I don't care how much money you got. Oprah was shopping in Paris. They still said this nigga stealing. Right? Oprah, with $1 billion, accused of stealing. Money will never raise you above the condition of your people, which is why black manhood is so important. All right. Mental health stigmas. Anybody suffer from mental health stigmas? You, your family, your people who suffer from mental health stigmas. This the brother I was telling y'all about earlier, though. You can give him a round of applause. Thank you. Y'all can have a seat. And one of the reasons I included him is because, and you'll see I'm leading up to having an outlet, a support system, but also therapy. Having other black men in your life that can help you get through things. This brother married me and my wife. We've been to funerals together. We've been to marriages together. His son just got married in Jamaica. We was just in Jamaica together. You know what I'm saying? Like having a support system that's there for you, that's not going to judge you. Funny story, this is not part of what I was supposed to be selling. He was speaking one time, right? He was using me as his character witness. He was like, when I found this young brother, he was so high. He was looking down on the kites. I was like, dang, brother minister, that's. But he didn't stop there. He was like, the clouds was beneath him. I'm like, damn, brother minister, they got it. They got it. Like this brother was selling smoke. I'm like, brother minister, they got it. All right. So anyway, all right. Stand up if you've been affected by addiction. Anybody, drug addiction, sex addiction. Laziness is an addiction. Some of y'all don't want to stand no more, huh? Burning them calories up. Y'all didn't know y'all was going to come get a workout, right? All right. Domestic violence. Too much on that. Y'all know a real story? You can stand. Personally, or have you been affected by it? So you may not be the victim, but have you been affected by it? Right? Y'all want to know something real? I thought that my mama's boyfriend had put his hands on her. I tried to kill my mama's boyfriend. My little brother saved my life. When I came in my mother's house and I seen my mother crying, I asked her what happened. She wouldn't say. I asked my little brother. He said, I think he may have hit our mom. Now, my little brother's 6'1". He's bigger than me. When I heard it, I lost all Islam. That means I lost all conscious sense. I reached for the first butcher knife that I found, ran straight up on him and tried to swipe him in the throat. Luckily, my brother pushed me back, and it only cut a little bit of his throat, right? And he got gone. He ran away, and I called my big cousins, and I told them, hey, meet me at the house and bring everything. Yeah. Okay, some of y'all looking like you don't know what that means. Let me translate for some of y'all. Bring everything mean somebody's about to get killed. Bring everything mean bring everything that's hot. You know what I'm saying? So domestic violence is real. A young boy raised by his mother, who now at this point though I had men, but one of the things the men had taught me was about fearlessness. No, you ain't finna violate my mama. It's on sight. And I've never been a talker, so it was on sight. Luckily for me though, because guess where I'd be right now instead of talking to y'all, right? Because I made an over-emotional decision, didn't think it through rationally, and it doesn't really make you a real man in that situation. In most of those domestic violence situations, even though, and that wasn't the case, and in most domestic violence situations, the victim goes back to the offender. No matter what you do, they got to psychologically break the chain. But my machismo at that time was like, no, it's on sight, right? Something to think about. How many of us have been afflicted by sexual assault? You can stand. Only me? I was the only one that was molested when I was a child. It's just me? Dang. Statistics say this room is full of some people that's not telling the truth, right? It's one of those things as men we don't talk about. We don't like to come out and talk about our sexual abuse, the trauma of being a man, because how could you be a man and be sexually abused, right? Like, dang, how could I be a man and stand strong, but I've been sexually abused, right? I had a babysitter. She had 3 daughters. She had 4. She had 3 daughters that lived with her. I slept with all 3 at like 10 years old. I didn't know what sex was. I saw my first flick at 6. My friends started getting pregnant in the 5th grade. You know, they say birds of a feather flock together. All of us, the number one thing we had in common, me and all my day ones, all of us were sexually abused as men. But men don't, that's uncomfortable for men to talk about, boy. The looks on faces right now is like, move on, please. Subject is tough. But part of manhood is being able to face your problems, right? If you don't, listen, if you keep this shit bottled inside, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out one way or another. You can either express that energy in a positive sense, or you can express that energy in a negative sense. It's coming out regardless, in ways that you may not detect. You may treat women a certain way, but it's because of this incident that you had inside that you never got out, right? You may think you super tough. You just want to fight all the time. It's because you're scared, right? Something happened to you. You couldn't defend yourself. So now you got to prove to everybody you can defend yourself, right? Psychoanalysis, man. This is real. All right, I'll move on. Y'all looking. Where we at? Human trafficking. Anybody know anybody that's been trafficked? No? It's Rockford. Milwaukee's #1 for sex trafficking in the country. Rockford ain't too far behind. Do y'all know, any of y'all know, hope I don't offend nobody, any of y'all know the brother that just killed that sister, then took his own life when he was in prison? Anybody know that brother? I don't know the brother personally. You know him? One of the sisters that he was involved in prior came to my company. I own a publishing company, and she wrote a book. And she came and told me her story, and her story was about that man. I didn't know that it was him until the next sister got killed. And I told the sister, you probably could have saved some lives if you would have put people on to what he was on. He was trafficking women in Rockford. And she told me, there's a gang of sisters that you know, all being trafficked right now. But when you don't know the signs, you don't know what to look for. But do you know why it's possible? Because the men are not present. It's because men ain't present, right? Think about, you can't pull up on no Chinese people blocking Chinatown talking about you trafficking Chinese women. They'll shut that down. It's only in our community because the men have not been taught to be men yet, right? We know we need to do it, but we have this innate fear, and we'll talk about it. It'll come up in a second. We'll get there. How about childhood abuse? Any of us stand up? If you suffer through childhood abuse, it's another trauma. I'm glad there's some honest people in here. Hey, the young folks in front, give them a round. They the honest ones. Y'all like, I ain't suffer. You think you didn't suffer childhood abuse? Your mama beating you with that switch. That's childhood abuse. That's post-traumatic slave syndrome. It's not natural to beat children with a switch. If you got beat with a switch, you can tell me it's old school if you want to. That's old school slavery. You hear me? No civilized people on earth beat their children with switches. Tell them, get in the shower so you can get nice and wet. So when I hit you with the switch, it leave marks. And we talk about it like it's a rites of passage. Yeah, grandma beat me with the switch. Okay, I see on some of the faces y'all feeling me. But, oh, you don't want to stand. Okay, I see. I don't put nobody on Front Street. I get it. Witnessing violent crimes. So you live in Rockford. Where the hell you live at? You ain't witnessing no violent crimes, right? It's on the news. It's on the internet. It's on Twitter. Right now, I guarantee you can go pull up something. World Star going to show you something. Shade Room going to show you something. Yahoo News going to show you something. Violence is all around us. It's hard not to witness a violent news. For a matinee, we turn on the news and see somebody that look like us being murdered by the police. How you not witnessing violent news, right? Natural disasters. Anybody? Tornadoes, earthquakes. No, y'all survived through all that? Earthquakes done hit, tornadoes done hit Rockford. What? Where was y'all at? Okay. Y'all, you was in the basement asleep. I didn't even know we had a tornado, dog. What's going on? Tornado done tore up half the block, man. Man, what happened? I didn't know we had one. Hey, do y'all know Rockford get earthquakes? Did y'all know that? I'm gonna put y'all on something new. I was asleep one morning, my wife, and it was a small one, but the bed started shaking like crazy and the wall started moving by 4 o'clock in the morning. I've never been so scared in my life. As a man, I'm talking to y'all. I was on the corner of my bed, physically shaking. Like you could see my legs. My wife sound asleep. I'm like, ain't this about a blimp? I'm like, baby, wake up. I think it's happening. She said, what are you talking about? Go to sleep. I'm like, no, you didn't feel that? He's like, I feel you bothering me. I didn't go back to sleep. Forget coffee. If you ever need to stay up, just be an earthquake for a second. Your adrenaline is going to be way up here. All right. Next one. Exposure to environmental hazards. Oh, y'all, who live on the west side? Everybody live on the west side, raise your hand. Do you know the west side is a food desert? Do you know the west side have different stuff in the air than the other side of town? Do you know the water is complete? Do you know why one side of the street is called Spring Creek and the other side is called Auburn Street? You don't recognize environmental racism. You don't even know you're dealing with traumas you don't even know about. Shit crazy. Oh, I'm good, fam. Let me drink this tap right quick. You drinking it? Well, I feel dizzy. Yeah, you should. Got cocaine in your water, got drugs in your water, got lead in your water, right? Y'all see the Sun Times? Do you see how much trace drugs are in the water they giving us? So you smart. I'm going to get bottled water. How many of y'all get bottled water, right? But then you don't research the water. You don't know what the triangle on the bottom means. You don't know what plastics you drinking. So I'm going to go to this Ice Mountain. Ice Mountain is tap water made in Brooklyn. I know a lot of y'all big Ice Mountain fan. My wife loves, she swear by it. Ice Mountain so refreshing. Yeah, that's Brooklyn tap water. We was in New York. This where you getting your water from? She like, shit, you a lie? Right? Oh, y'all like, okay, we ain't got time. All right, I'm trying to get through them. All right, food insecurity. Anybody suffer from food insecurity? Again, y'all don't know that Rockford is a food. Where y'all shop at? Walmart? Walmart don't got no real food? What y'all doing? Oh, my bad. You bougie. You went to Target. Target don't got no real food? Oh, I'm at Woodman's. Woodman's a little bit better, right? They got a small percentage, right? Oh, I'm at Meijer. They built Meijer. They got a smaller percentage. Best you might could do maybe was Valley Produce back in the day, but most of the food they selling us is toxic. And as men, we don't even understand the imbalance in our chemicals from the food we eating. The food, we eating all this processed estrogen. The women running around getting in fights. The men like, oh, we just shooting. We scared. Hey, true story. This ain't part of what I was supposed to say. True story. I was in Detroit with my wife. We was going out there for Savior's Day to go see Minister Farrakhan speak. We went to the Ponderosa off like 7 Mile, right? We sitting at the table. This brother pops in. He look around like this, then pop out the door. Me, I was like, oh, shit. Hey, we over here, right? We in the corner. I'm like, I know what time it is. We can't leave. I don't know what's in the parking lot, but I know what time it is. There's 2 sisters and 2 brothers sitting at the table. The brothers is like, maybe his size. Yeah, they big brothers, like, right? The brother that had popped in, like 2 minutes later, pops in the door, grabs the sister's purse, pops out, starts running. The sister's like, no, this nigga didn't. They go to chasing him. The 2 brothers start screaming. I swear to God. Everybody at the table with us can bear witness. The 2 brothers start screaming. He's crazy. Y'all not gonna chase him? You gonna let him take your woman's purse? You know she probably paying for dinner. How you gonna buy the food, right? Brothers didn't fight back, right? Lack of manhood. The thing about the old bulls in the jungle, when the male elephants are missing, the jungle goes crazy. Y'all are the male elephants, right? We're here for more than just, we want to get off what's on our chest, but we also got to leave with a game plan, all right? All right, next thing, lack of access to health care. Y'all be going to Javon B? Where y'all go get y'all health care at? Nobody? Y'all don't get sick? The young boys like, we ain't got sick yet. Older folks, y'all don't get sick? Where y'all go to get what kind of insurance you working with? And do you know when my wife gave birth to my daughter, they gave her a shot that made my wife go insane. It was like heroin. She was in the room right after my daughter was born. She started tweaking, taking her clothes all off, throwing rings, throwing stuff. I'm like, what the fuck going on? I had to threaten the nurse. If my wife died, bitch, I'm gonna kill you. It's just men here, right? All right, don't take this outside. Brother Henry was wilding. But that's what I told her in the hospital. I ain't gonna lie to you. They was like, oh, let us give her some Benadryl. They gave her the Benadryl. We come to find out that the medicine they gave her, 85% of black women who get this drug have a negative adverse reaction. Well, why the hell you give it to her then? The odds not in her favor, right? But you got to be able to recognize what you're looking at. This is what's so important about men, because you need men in your life that can help guide you to where what's going to keep you safe. Hell, give my wife some 85% negative reaction. My mother-in-law was trying to calm me down. I was about to kill that lady. She said, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I just followed instructions. Well, you're going to know them today. You know what I'm saying? All right. Next. Immigration and cultural adjustment. Anybody? No? None of our Latin brothers in here? No? You don't know about ice hopping out? All them pop-offs they had in Rockford? You in there trying to get some fake Gucci. Ice hop out on you. You're going back to Mexico. I've never been to Mexico. It's a free vacation. All right. Let's see. Incarceration. How many of us been affected by incarceration? Okay. A few of us. No, the rest of us don't know nobody that been locked up. The rest of us can't relate to no political prisoners. Like, you're going through traumas that you don't even recognize. That's part of what's happening right now. You're not even recognizing some of the traumas that you're going through. We should damn near be standing up on everything. If you don't recognize your Mexican brothers being deported illegally or held in concentration camps and you're watching it visually and you don't think that's traumatic for you, there's a problem with you. Denial is the first thing that happens, right? Deny, deny, deny. It don't affect me. I'm going to keep laser focused, right? Got to look at things bigger than just ourselves. Next thing, grief and loss. How many of us suffer through grief and loss? All of us, right? We all have lost somebody. We all grieve. But like the brother said earlier, when you lose somebody, how do you handle it? That's a tough thing, especially with somebody close to you. When my grandmother died, I remember at the funeral, they asked me to speak, and I heard the minister say something that touched my heart to help me get through the situation. The minister said that when somebody passes close to you, you should make it part of your life's mission to work in their honor. So I told my family that my grandmother's not here to carry us through anymore, to keep the holidays together, to keep the family together, to keep us in check. So it's on us to represent for her. Every decision you make, think of her before you make it. Because now you represent her and she can't represent herself. My family was all clapping. I was like, man, y'all niggas about to go kick it, man. Y'all ain't hearing what I'm trying to tell you. But it's true. It's true. All right. All right. Childhood neglect. Oof. Like I said, some of us don't recognize. Some of y'all spoke earlier, so I know you capping. You don't recognize childhood neglect. It's real in the field. All right. Childhood separation from family. Anybody been separated from their family, gone through the foster process? I just adopted one of my daughters. I have an adopted daughter. Her father died when she was 3, gang banging. Her mother OD'd. Her grandmother died. She came home from school one day and found her grandmother dead in her house. She has 8 siblings. She don't know none of her siblings, where they at, what's going on. They all wilding in the street. It's real, right? You may not have gone through it directly, but you're impacted and affected by the people around you, right? As a man, remember, maintainer, provider, protector, right? It's bigger than just you. What are you maintaining? What are you providing? Who are you protecting? Next, discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Any of y'all? So with that job that you thought you was going to get, but they saw that application that said Malik Jamal such and such, you got discriminated on. You just didn't know it. They just said I wasn't right for the job. Yeah, I got my master's, and I actually wrote the book they're using in their place. And yeah, I know everything about the company, but they said I wasn't right. They hired Bill. Now, Bill's fresh out of school. He's never been in the thing at all. He said he's read my book partially, but they hired Bill. Okay, none of us been affected. Okay. Tough crowd, boy, tough crowd. Y'all can see, I wanted to be a comedian, but I was too real to be a comedian. It's all right. All right. Substance abuse within families. Everybody. Real story. My daddy paid child support one time. I told y'all he was a preacher, but he also sold dope and he also used. One time my daddy paid child support in all $1 bills that had the church stamp on them. My mama was showing me. Child support's here. We counted. 1, 2, 3. Everyone say Monumental Oakwood Baptist Church. Everyone got the stamp on it. I'm like, damn, daddy hit a lick. But child support by any means necessary, right? Brothers in the system like, hell yeah, child support by any means necessary. All right, we're almost at the end. 2 more. Substance abuse within families, we just said. Community violence or gang activity. We should all pretty much be all of us, right? All right, I'm gonna hit these last points and I'm gonna go. So let me tell you, I'm gonna share this story and I'm gonna give you my short-ended solution. I'm just gonna make it tough for my brother, but he's a professional, so he's gonna knock it out. But I'm just putting it on the plate for them. All right. I was in Fairgrounds one day with some of the FOI. We was doing security, and these two groups of brothers got into a scrap. We was doing security like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. I don't know. We was trying to help bring the peace down. We were on a tour trying to help stop the violence in our community. All I remember from the situation, a brother slapped a sister. Somebody said something about weed. It was like 8 brothers. Guns got pulled out. Now, what you should know is, as FOI under the minister, we don't carry any weapons, right? So I'm standing in between. It's me and the brothers. I'm standing in between 8 brothers who all got guns pulled out. We in the middle. They don't want to shoot because they recognize us as being peacekeepers, right? But they talking greasy to each other. If any of y'all ever been around these type of situations, you know what it is, right? I had to tell the brothers, listen, as your brother, you know we don't carry any weapons. So if you shoot at us innocently, say you may kill us, but it's going to be bad for you in the end. I said, but this is what I can promise you. If you go to pull that trigger while we in the middle and that gun jams and the bullet don't come out and the gun gets in our hand, we killing everybody. Y'all want to know how this story ended? The brothers had their guns out like, man. All right, next time, it's on and cracking. Everybody rolled out. But what was happening is that men were present. See, you all are really the lions. A real man is a lion. But the little boys are running the community and think they lions because they haven't seen a real lion, right? You got to be the lion that you were destined to be as a man. It don't mean you got to be tough. It don't mean you got to sleep with a bunch of women. It don't mean you got to be, that's not what manhood is, right? But you have to say to yourself, I'm a maintainer, provider, and protector, right? And then start acting according to that role. I'm not telling you to have all the solutions in one day, all right? So here's the 2 things. 2 things you need, and I'm going to have a seat. The first thing that helped for me is having a support system, all right? You got to have some type of support system. People you can talk to, people you can just be honest with, people you can share things with. Brother Yakoya will tell you, I hit his phone every week. Brother, I need marriage counseling. Like, damn, ain't you in marriage counseling? Yeah, but I need double. It's a tough situation, right? It's hard, man. I'm trying to get through. It's hard, right? You got to have brothers. And I say brothers because men are built differently than women. Some of the stuff, man, brothers be putting on their women, they're not built for that. They looking at you different. You coming up, hey, baby, I lost my job. What we gonna do? She like, shit, you the leader of the household. What you mean, what we gonna do? Nigga, what you gonna do? Right? Because you coming to her with stuff that's none of her business. It's for you. So if it's tough, I'm not telling you don't talk about it, but find a man to talk about it with. Because a man gonna let you cry on his shoulders, but after a second, he's like, God damn it, Jimmy, all right, listen. We know the problem, but now we got to focus on the solution. We got to get you a job. We got to get you back in the market. We got to get you to take care of your family. A man, he going to hear you, which is what we need. We want to be heard. We got to have an outlet to express it, get that negative energy up off of us, but he going to reroute that energy. Man, let me tell you something. If I go to Brother Yakoya, brother, sister, listen, he was tough as a mentor. Sometimes I get mad at him like, guess how he trained me. He'd be like, all right, brother, if you believe I'm wrong, go prove it. Go work on it. Go work out in the field. I'll go put in so much work and come back. I showed you, brother minister. And he'd be like, I'm proud of you. Because I took what I thought was, I didn't know what a man was. I took what I thought manhood was, and I executed it in a positive manner. And I came back like, I'm going to show him. He's just smiling happy. It worked. Welcome to your next rites of passage, right? Because that's what a support system looks like. Having brothers that you can depend on, that you can rely on, that you can call on. I can't tell you how many times my car was stuck on the side of the road, or I've been arrested by the police. I count that number. I've been arrested by the police, or I needed food, or something was happening. And having a support system there as brothers is everything. You got to have brothers you can lean on, all right? But here's the second part. Brothers, we have to take care of our mental health. If you don't have a therapist, my suggestion is that every black man in America needs a therapist. Every black man, right? Because let's be honest, if my support system is the brothers I used to kick it with, like my day ones, I'm like, man, my wife getting on my nerves. They'll be like, yo, I know where the hoes at. No, brother, that's not the, right? You got a support system, but that ain't the answer that's going to elevate you, right? We cool from back in the day, but you need not only your support system, but you also need somebody that you can really talk to, that's not going to judge you, that's going to keep it unobjective. My therapist put me onto a lot of stuff about myself I didn't recognize. I'm going to tell y'all, maybe last week or the week before that, me and my wife got in a fight. It was petty. Yeah, we be petty sometimes, super petty. She petty LaBelle, I swear she is. So the fight happens. We at Woodman's shopping. My wife won't come pick me up, but I gave her the keys to the car. She in the parking lot, like 10 spaces away. I'm like, come pick me up at the door. She like, nope, walk to the car. So I waited at the door for 20 minutes, right? Sounds super dysfunctional. I got my daughters, it's cold outside. Put my foot down, I'm the man, but she got the keys to the car, right? It's an irrational argument. Like, damn, we're going to wait this one out. And now my pride on the line. So now I can't go after 5 minutes, I can't go to the car now. She, I done put my foot down. She like, okay, it's a long walk home. Damn, right? So the situation plays out. She finally come get us. I talk about it with my therapist. My therapist asked me a real question. She said, what was you all's behavior demonstrating to your daughters on how relationships should function? Mind blowing. Damn, I didn't even consider them when they was with us, right? Because all my personal traumas, all the things that's wrong with me, I'm thinking about me, and that's selfish. I'm not thinking about the big picture. I'm not thinking about how it affects other people. If it affects my daughters, how does it even affect the people in the store, right? Somebody may see me and recognize me. Ain't that the brother with the school? Damn, him and his wife? That's where they at? Okay, I thought y'all was a good couple. Let's see, something going on, right? So, and that's, couples fight. But I'm just saying, having a therapist, having somebody that you can talk to, and have a therapist that can relate to you, right? For me, I got to have a black therapist. I ain't going to lie to you. I be talking, man, white man did this to us. Like, they're there, Malcolm, calm down, right? I got to have a therapist that can relate to what I'm saying. Because when I start, if racism is affecting me, I can't go to someone outside my community and they understand, right? I'm talking to Susan. Oh, when Bill called you a nigger, he wasn't being racist. That's not what he meant. No, when he said nigger, you're fired, what he meant was you didn't get the job done in an efficient manner, and so that's why you're no longer employed, right? It's a difference. It's a difference. So I got to have a therapist that looks like me, that understands my background, that can relate to me in different ways, because otherwise, I'm not going to feel comfortable putting these things out there. And I feel comfortable telling y'all because I don't got nothing to hide, and I make my own money, right? Nobody controls me in that sense. I make my own money. So when you can stop my money, then we can talk. But I can't get fired unless I fire myself. God did. Okay? Young people get it. Old folks like, what do you mean God did? I don't know what's going on, right? Oh, anyway, so I'm going to close on that point. If you do not have, let me see by a show of hands. How many of us actually have a therapist that we're talking to right now by a show of hands? Right? That's really the wave. I'm telling you. It will do your life major benefit to get a therapist that you can talk to, that can relate to you, that can let you see life in a different spectrum. Because most of us, all them traumas I named, most of us stood up for most of them, right? And how many of us are actively, positively expressing those traumas right now? Right? It's tough. How many of us got support systems we can go to and get these things off our chest? Without immature men, you go into them, I lost my job. Your man like, man, you broke ass. Right? We going to the club, we finna go turn up, then you broke. Stay at home. Right? You need a support system that's gonna support you. All right. So get a support system, but also therapy is an absolute must. You have to have therapy. You have to be able to express what's going on. You can't watch the news and see us being killed by police and see discrimination, and just the world we live in is crazy. People shooting up grocery stores and movies, and children killing other children, and people murdering their parents, and parents killing their children, and just all the madness that we are seeing in the world. If you don't have an outlet to get that out, I'm telling you, it will eat you from the inside out. So you got to be able to get it out, because it can absolutely save your life. Because the last part of that is that stress builds up, and stress is the number one factor to being sick. You will express it physically in your body by being sick because you don't have an outlet to express your stress. All right. So I hope y'all learned something. I hope did y'all learn something today? We're gonna at least work on the support system. Praise be to Allah. All right, brothers. Thank you for the opportunity. Peace and blessings.
Thank Henry, brother Henry. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That brother got some excitement, don't he? That's all right. So y'all still have your cards, right? We're going to take a 5-minute break, but before we do that, if you still have your cards, I got 2 more words for you. Generational. Write the word generational on your card. Generational. And I'm going to give y'all a hard word. Vicarious. Vicarious. It's all gonna make sense in a minute. Vicarious. Generational vicarious. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. You guys grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and please come back. we got a lot more for you, and we're gonna really sit down and chop it up. So I just really want y'all to go grab some bathroom and then come back and we'll get started again.
Make sure you showed up today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, let me get your intro. We'll definitely connect with y'all. Would you help out, man? Yeah, appreciate it. Anything you need to help, man, let me know. If I got anything our school can offer, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Shoot me a resource, let me know. Whatever you can do.
Okay, that's what's up, man. Yeah. Then when they was little, man,
Like I'm back security service. Next, you gotta move quicker, man. Damn, that's so much. I know. That's what you were young man. I know. It's like so. I had to swipe it to the side, and I forgot to click twice. Okay. And then the mouse, it has to be on the exact screen I'm using it for right now. Healthcare there. This guy's gonna come up and speak for maybe 15 minutes, and then the next speaker is Matt, the red one, right? Matt. Yeah, the red one. I don't know if it's red. The logo icon thing. Oh, you're talking about the PowerPoint? Yeah, but you gotta put an intro first. So after he makes the intro about the doctor, when the doctor comes up, put up the PowerPoint. Put him on the health.
What's your name? John. Sean.
What school you go to?
Use this interview and we're gonna get the music off for a couple minutes. All right, can you kill the music, Jackson?
Okay. Okay, sure.
So I can take a picture with y'all with the doctor. Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna have you on this side. Line up again. Done.
We know why I've been up all night.
1, 2, 3, hold. We'll take another one. 1, 2, 3.
The therapist is black, and my dentist is too.
Start coughing, I'll start calling them back in.
Okay, fellas, we're gonna get ready to get back started here. Hopefully, y'all got full. Make your way back to your seats. Hopefully, you guys got enough to eat out there. Y'all see all that food. My wife got on me about that too. She's like, "You need to feed them." That's, you know what, I did say that, but I know sometimes how we get. We don't want no food. Just let's get it over with. So okay, everybody, come back in the middle here if you can. We'll get started. So this section will be sponsored by Molina. For over 40 years, Molina Healthcare has been a purpose-driven company committed to improving the lives and well-being of our members while making a positive impact in the community we serve. Their mission, vision, and values help lead every decision they make, from the office to the CEO and to their valued customers. So without further ado, I wanted to bring this special guest, Dr. Eze, which is a physician, and as you can tell, he is kind of light-skinned. He's a brother. So it is good to have individuals that look like us, right, in key positions, and especially when it comes to our health, our medical health. And so mental health and medical health go hand in hand. So I'm gonna bring Dr. Eze. He has a long list of accolades I can really read off, but I'm gonna let him introduce himself. Give a round of applause for Dr. Eze.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate just being invited to come to talk about men's health. It's really been a great conference so far. I really appreciate just the sharing, just the gut level discussions about manhood is so important in our world, in our country today. So I really appreciate everyone participating and being a part of that. What I'm going to discuss, actually, I'm from kind of near downtown Chicago, so this is my first time in Rockford, Illinois. So, yeah, so this really impressed. I'm really impressed so far. So I really appreciate just being invited to this. So I'm going to talk about men's health. I don't know if going into who I am. I'm a physician, like they mentioned. I'm one of the medical directors of Molina Healthcare. So I really help, we really get into the community in terms of addressing health, helping those who are, challenged and address, in terms of going through the healthcare system, low income or families, people who are unemployed, the elderly as well. So those who are both Medicaid and Medicare, we usually cover in those areas. So those are some of the things we look at. I'm going to go ahead and get started on my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know, and I will stop and I can try to address your question. So in regards to men's health, I'll be talking about effective ways of promoting men's health, routine medical care, as well as importance of having medical insurance. So I'm going to be looking at that. So ways of promoting men's health or mental health as well. There are certain risk factors we look for. We just don't want to treat just medical diseases or chronic disease states. We really want to try to find a way to prevent having to come to the hospital. How about that? Or having to needing surgery or needing to see many doctors, although we do advise that you have a doctor. Every adult, so kind of over 18, 19, even when you're younger now, it's good to have someone who is a physician who can kind of help you, walk you through the healthcare side of aspect of what you're going through or as a person. So ways of promoting men's health, there, obviously we have to look at some of the risk factors. So we think about smoking, that's going down now. I'm glad a lot of people are beginning to see the side effects of smoking, right? Cancer, problems breathing, where you may need a machine to breathe. So you want to be careful, right? So these are some of the things we're trying. You got to avoid the bad stuff, invest in the good things, and then see your physician. So these are some of the things we're going to look at. Healthy eating. So we got to kind of, the fast foods, the high carb diets, we got to really watch out for that. Talk about mental health. There's certain foods when you think about refined sugar, high carbs, fast foods. You're kind of pushing yourself in the area of anxiety and depression. Alcohol is an antidepressant. So you can imagine if someone is depressed, some of them could possibly drink, right? So you actually are causing yourself to be more depressed by drinking. So that's not the way to go, okay? So, and that's why we see a lot of problems with people who drink a lot. I talk about binge drinking wine or, once, one drink a day is not that's not the issue. What we really run into when you're really depressed, you really drink a lot, or even the binge drinking, we run into that, okay? So getting regular physical exercise, really the recommendation is 150 minutes a week. So really 30 minutes a day. So that's really what we recommend. Getting screened, and this is getting screened for things like diabetes, high cholesterol, um, cancer. The sooner we can find out things, the better. High cholesterol, high blood pressure, for example, these are things we screen. So if we get these things done early, we could really help, our health in general. Okay, getting enough sleep usually is about 7 hours a day, is what we recommend. 7 hours at night. Knowing your family history, we kind of got into that today about knowing who are we as men. So part of the journey of manhood is, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been. So if there's a way to learn, and that's why having family, the importance of family, engaging in family is very, very important, because we're talking about your history and what happened to you before you were here. So a good example, we had an actor, Chadwick, who passed from colon cancer. God rest his soul. Had a family history of colon cancer. So not knowing your history is something that we have to really take seriously. So knowing the father that wasn't there. I think as men, we got to find a way to bring people together, bring communities together, if we can. I know some situations are difficult, some families are challenging, so we definitely want to be sensitive and understand that. But if there's a way to do that and really gather that information, is always very important. Because the reason is it could impact your life. So something like colon cancer, we like to test and screen 10 years before the person who had colon cancer. So imagine if you didn't know what age your parent had it, there's a good chance you won't know. Okay. There are other disease states as well that we run into that. These are some online websites. I really can't get into a lot of what I would like to talk about, but these are two major websites in terms of, you want to talk about how do you stay ahead in terms of addressing your health care, or your mental health. The Centers of Disease Control and Prevention has all the information in terms of what steps by steps that you need to look at, as well as screening. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force is also another place that we look at as well. Okay, so just you can just really look at, you can search anything, any topic, any medical topic that you want to talk about. They have it there, and this is good too, because you can bring that to your primary care physician or your primary doctor who can assist you. Certain routine things that you want to be looking out for when you see your primary care physician, for example, is one, we want to obviously prevent or avoid chronic disease states. Over 90% of our healthcare is on chronic disease. So the $4 trillion, which actually it's been going up almost every year. So $4 trillion in healthcare is being spent in our country. 90% is on chronic disease. So if you want to get ahead of your health, you definitely want to start looking at addressing health early, so that you don't have to start dealing with the chronic disease. Because you see, it's very expensive both for the patient or as well as just everyone around. But also too, granted, Molina, the Medicaid insurance that we provide, the patient doesn't have to pay for that. So the state, we usually work with the state, and we usually help those individuals. Routine medical care. Also, we look at, these are some of the things we screen, like I said, diabetes, heart disease. So heart disease is the #1 killer, okay, for not just Black men, but also just everyone in general. So we really go after that. Okay, and then mental health, high cholesterol, we screen for all that. Okay, screen for depression, for example. We also screen for colon cancer. So these are some of the things you want to be looking at when you go and see your physician or your senior physician. If you haven't addressed, maybe some of you have addressed some of those things, but these are some of the other things you look for. Okay, and some things are age specific. So if you're kind of below 45 years old, for example, the colon cancer screening things we don't need to bring those up yet unless you have a family history. Okay, so colon cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer, if you're a smoker, we look for that. Vaccination is important now, as it was before, but especially when we're looking at COVID, flu, pneumonia, shingles, depending on everybody's different. So we really look at the person or the patient, and we kind of evaluate everything. Dental evaluation, eye exam, these are things very, very important we look at as well. So the importance of medical insurance or managed care, which is what I do. It's not just paying for your medical care. We do a lot of other things. We really help. There's really a system. We have a 24/7 nurse on staff. If you have medical questions, we usually we provide that. Mental health services, medication program. So we really try to work with making sure you get the best medication at a reasonable cost. We also we work with specialties, primary care physicians all around, including Rockford. So we do work with hospitals here as well, and as well as physicians. Social services. So if you need transportation, we can help support with housing, assisted living, or long-term care facilities. Also, dental and eye services, we provide that. We have a variety of teams. So I'm one of the medical director teams. We actually work with your physicians. So if they're running into problems, or any of the specialist physicians running into problems, we work with them. The case management is really the people you talk to. If you call an insurance like Molina, we usually have people that can really discuss and kind of walk you through the healthcare system. Quality, we kind of really look at, are you really getting the best care? So we also are involved in looking at that. And if not, we look at alternatives that we can kind of help you with. And then with the pharmacies for medication, and also we're in the community like today. We really get involved. We're not just taking care of health. We realize it's really a community thing. It's not just health, social services, getting into the environment in our communities to be a part of, and trying to find ways to support communities. Go ahead.
I have a question about this case management and team thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I've experienced it with my parents, and I've experienced it with a few different parishioners where they might have 3 or 4, maybe 5 different doctors, but they're not talking to one another. So somebody prescribes something that is contraindicated or messing up something else, whatever. Is that something that I should be talking to the insurance company about to navigate that, or what do you suggest? Because I've read that several different times.
Very good. Yeah, so that's where the case management team, they're the ones who will help with that. So both in communicating with your physicians, so they really create a plan where we address each and every physician, as well as trying to make sure that there's a connection with each other. Yes, so it's the case managers is the people you want to talk to. Okay. Any other question? So that's pretty much it. I don't want to get into much. I mentioned the websites. We really have a lot of information there. So they work with the U.S. government and everything, and is addressing health. So any other questions? Okay. Yes. Yes, that's very important because just sometimes that's the obstacle. I want to get to my physicians, but I don't have a car or I don't have a vehicle or someone who can take me. Right? Sometimes that happens, and yeah, so we have that provision, and we usually will take you and pick you up and bring you back. Any other question? And we have other services as well. I mean, you talk about even therapy, just even hospice, end of life. I mean, you name it. I mean, these are the things we really look at. We talked about therapy today. Very, very important for mental health. That's definitely number one of the things we concern. I deal with a lot of challenging patients that meaning they have a lot of medical problems, and you would be surprised over 50% of them have mental health related problems. So that's a very important thing to be involved. Yes. 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 So those are some of the things we look for, is the impact, whether, and usually, is it the mental health causing the medical problems, or is the medical side causing also, the mental health? So someone who has diabetes is at risk of depression, okay, because they got to take this medication every single day, sometimes twice a day. After a while, people get tired, especially young ones who may have diabetes, right? So that is very, very important. Every person or member gets assessed, and addressing the mental health aspect of it. And some, like, for example, even not being able to take or go to the doctor, take medicine or go to the doctor, the person could be depressed, or may have some type of mental health going on. And that can happen. And so we want to be sensitive to that. We want to address that. And I hope that answers your question. Okay, yeah. So sometimes one begins before the other, and sometimes it's the other way around. And so we have to be careful and watch out for that. And so sometimes in my assessment or evaluation, when we seeing someone who's having a difficult time, not taking their medicine, not going to the doctor, I don't want them to cancel that person off, or say the person doesn't want to do what they're supposed to do. Let's evaluate for mental health before, so it's good to look into those things. Any questions? Yeah, so it's not just Molina. All insurances in Illinois, for example, are we actually, those are some of the things we come together and we work with the state in addressing. So we have a diversity officer, for example, and we are looking at those cases or examples to see if there's any other challenging things. So we're looking at those groups of patients to see if we're getting better outcome or how's the quality. So I'm over quality in Molina, for example. So I'm looking for, is this the best outcome we can do, or can we do better? And we're actually holding physicians accountable and hospitals accountable, and because we're looking at each of those cases, talking to them, engaging with them to see what could have been done better. And then sometimes we will actually monitor to make sure that this is not a common problem. I hope that answers your question. Okay. And we can get into those aspects of healthcare, because that's very, very important. It's not just the medical, it's not even just the mental health. There's a lot of other social issues. Are we really listening to our patients or members when they're in pain, for example? Are we looking at risk factors? Are we really taking the time, and not just treating, but actually listening to some of the problems that can sometimes get connected to impacting their outcome. You know, for example, a pregnant woman, for example. You know, so any other question? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything else? No. I will say this is Melina. I'm so proud that Melina has stepped up to the plate for mental health. Where in this region, it's hard to get mental health services, and because a lot of people are on managed Medicaid, and so when they're on that, it's hard for them to get services. Quite naturally, we started taking Melina in our office before we didn't take it. And so I just want to give you guys a great thank you for joining the party, for allowing mental health patients to be able to come and have service through you guys' insurance. So thank you again for coming. And I know you drove a long way, but I truly appreciate it. Hopefully this is a beginning of something long term. Okay.
Yes, and I'll also say, because so Marlene, for example, we are throughout the whole state of Illinois. So we are really engaged with, we're working with the state. And like I said, they gave us the people as well as the provisions to take care of people in Illinois. And it's like a place like Rockford, for example. So those are the type of things we want to really, we're really here for the long haul, and we want to make sure we're listening as well as engaging with our communities. Thank you. Oh. Yes. So the thing is, the state was having problems managing, for example, healthcare. How do we really get involved in our communities? How do we really? They looked at the outcomes and it wasn't favorable as it could be. So so we're the kind of people, because we have the expertise. You know, we both on the medical, but also racially, as well as, I mean, Melina, for example, I mean, we're talking about over 80% being women, you know, as part of Molina, and then the diversity, both in the executive as well as the people who work there. Okay, so these are communities. I mean, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I mean, these are areas that, so I'm very sensitive. That's why I'm over quality, for example, because I want to hear great stories. Okay, so, and I'm into art, so I see a lot of great art. So I want a wonderful story, just like as a beautiful piece of art. I want a beautiful outcome, and if it's not, why not? Okay, and then we get into the hospitals, we get into the providers. They have to respond back to what exactly happened in that scenario, and we're not just waiting for a bad outcome. You know, I can see a great story a mile away. So if someone misses something or is back in the hospital, that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem. That means someone is screaming for something. Or for mental health, you know, someone could go 10 times to the hospital. Someone is screaming for help. Okay, and we got to listen and we got to find out what the problems are. So that's what Molina, in terms of, you talk about, I don't, you know, we work with all the other health plans in terms of making sure that if there's something systemic, we want to come together and figure ways to work together. But a lot of what we do, Molina, is that we're really quite diverse, and we really are deeply concerned about the whole state and making sure that we have outcomes, not just in Chicago, but also in other aspects, parts of the state. Okay, it's very, very important. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes, yes. I mean, I absolutely agree, especially what we call the pediatric group, 18 and below. So we work with, we have social services. We talk about, when it comes to people below 18 years and they're in schools, or even the college students, that's there too. So we look at social aspects of care, and not just medical, right? Talk about their schooling. Are they in school? Parents, what's going on in schools? Are they doing well? If not, why not? So it's not just medical, okay? Because it impacts other aspects of your life. And people who are 18 years and below, it impacts things at home, things at school, and we want to be able to tap into that, make sure that's not ignored. Okay, so yeah, whether we be more involved working with the schools on stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair question. I mean, you're absolutely correct. But you hope that, the pediatrician or the nursing, if there's a problem, gets escalated, because they have, the members, we have members all the way till they're baby, from babies. So we need gatekeepers who can kind of help. So does Melina work with the schools? We do, but the thing is, how deep are we talking about? Okay, and I think that's a conversation that's worth having if need be, like you're sharing today. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eze. I will say to what you were saying, brother, is that thank you, is we also have to understand that um, instead of waiting till like a lot of our youth get to high school, it would be great to address them in elementary school. But when you get into those areas, you have to have permission by the parents. And so if something is happening in the home and the parents don't want anyone to know, they're not going to sign off on that. And the schools are not going to give you permission to talk to them. Because so me as a therapist, I want to come into this school and be able to offer that to them as a resource. But then they say, hey, well, we have to get signed permission. Well, I know us, to be honest with you, I know us is what happens in the house stays in the house, right? So at that point, I can't reach that kid. He may be struggling. He may not be getting the proper meal at home. He may be getting abused at home. I can't reach him because his parents or his guardian won't sign off to get the help. So that's the dilemma that I'm running into when I try to be involved in the schools, is that getting the permission from the parents to be able to see their youth. And what am I going to do with that? And so that's the problem that we're running into. So maybe someone on the school board or something that can allow us to have some type of connection or contact with those youth. But most of the time, it's the parents. So that's what we're dealing with, though. That's exactly what we're dealing with, especially the elementary kids. Yes. No, no, it's you got to have permission to talk to someone's kid in the school system. Mhm. No, I'm speaking in terms of a therapist coming into the school, coming in to offer those services. That's what I'm speaking to, because I was speaking to what the brother was saying about services being in the schools. I'm speaking from a standpoint of a therapist coming in, speaking to your son in the school. Something may have happened last night, and you don't want your son to know. I mean, you don't want your son to go out and tell what happened last night. And so, what am I to do with that? So those are the things that the dilemmas we run into. I know that's similar to what the doctor was saying, is that they run into some of those similar issues as well when it comes to managed Medicaid or just plain on insurance. If the school or the school officials, the ones that are making these decisions, won't allow you to be involved in that process, then you can't do it. Everything is just paperwork. It's red tape. Go ahead. Mm, see. Mhm. Mhm. I was going to say, I'm glad you say that. See, that's the distinguish right there is the private and the charter schools are able to govern themselves. Well, you have public schools, they have an entire district, they have a board, and all of that has to go through them before you can have some like that. So when you come into my office, there's a consent for you to sign that says I'm able to talk to you. And those are the similar things that you have to do in these areas. And even with Josh and Matt working in the community, if they want to do certain things, they have to have that stuff signed off on, especially over at Youth Bill, right? So everything has to be signed off on. And so my point is that we got to stop keeping stuff in the home and allowing this stuff to be, because that's one of the words that I had you guys write down, and I'm gonna get into that a little bit about that, because at the end of the day, is if we plan on keeping these things in the house, we already know something wrong right there. Think about that. I know we got trust issues, but it's something else wrong with that picture. If you have to say what happens in the house stays in the house, it's a reason why. And if we're saying that, we got a problem from jump. So I just wanted to say that. So without further ado, our next person that's coming up, Dr. Yakoye, let me tell y'all something. I don't care where this brother at, man. He gonna be a brother, and he gonna speak to you, and he gonna treat you with respect. And so ever since I've been knowing this brother, he's always did nothing but give respect to me, and I appreciate him coming through. And so without further ado, Yokoye Muhammad.
Consulting and Learning Center. He has worked with the youth of Rockford, representing the Nation of Islam Center Circle, where the mission is to rescue, release, and restore the gifts, talents, and dreams of our young people. Brothers, Doggo, student minister, Yakoya Muhammad.
Thank you. That's one of them introductions. I don't know if I'm supposed to be going on the Super Bowl tomorrow. Should I have an Eagles or a 49ers jersey? But no, really. Thank you, Brother Kevin, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, Brother Dinez, for all the hard work behind the scene. Let's please give them another warm round of applause. It's an honor and it's a privilege, and always in the name of Almighty God, the beneficent, the merciful, we give him praise and thanks for his mercy, his blessings, his intervention in our affairs. And the reason that we are here today is because we have some affairs that needs to be addressed. And we thank you, Brother Kevin, for providing a safe place that men could analyze, assess, address, speak, touch, and feel on issues that all of us have thought about, whether we were in the shower, in our car, or we just had to take a walk and get it up out of us. So on behalf of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his divine representative, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I thank you all as his local representative, the Rockford Study Group, and I greet you in the nation greeting words of peace and paradise. We say in the Arabic language of Assalamu alaikum. That simply means peace be unto you, brothers and sisters, and we're asking for peace. Well, I saw some people listening. But no, seriously, you're right, brothers. When I was sent the flyer, when I was asked, I went into meditation, I went into prayer, because I don't take this subject lightly, and we should not take this subject lightly. When we're speaking of mental health, one of the prevailing definitions is the state of being free from illness or injury relating to the mind. The mind is that which keeps us conscious and aware. The mind is the muscle that we use to think. So if our mind has suffered illness or injury, then how can we think properly? The doctor, this wasn't in my notes, but he said heart disease is the #1 killer. I'm a spiritual man, y'all. Y'all gonna just hear some spirituality today. Some talked about activism, community, and business, but my wheelhouse is spirituality. And I immediately thought the scripture says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So is God telling us by heart disease being the #1 killer that our mind is not right? Because we're not thinking properly. Yes, this heart doesn't have the brain cells, but something is going on in our mind that is causing you and I to be in trouble. There are 3 things that I wanted to address in the workshop for all of us. I want you to picture this real quick. I'm a bird flying. I pop up to your driver's side window and start barking. See, that don't mesh well, do it. I'm a bird flying. I settle at your driver's side window and I start barking. Okay, let me help you out with this next one. I'm a dolphin, but I'm on the street walking. That don't mesh right, does it? See, the first question we have to all ask ourselves is, who am I? Because if we don't know who we are and what we are, then we set ourselves up for abuse. Because someone else can define us, and once they define us, they give us our purpose, our function, and we're doing something that we're not truly happy with. So in this moment, we're going to come back to it at the end, but we have to first wrestle with all of us in here. Who am I? Who am I? So I'm going to let that settle for about 30 seconds. We're not going to rush it. Take your time and identify, who am I? Who are we? Who do we say we are? Because if I say I'm a marathon runner, but I don't go for jogs, then the second scenario in this workshop is, what do I do? How can I be a chef, but I ain't cooking nothing? See, Brother Henry gave some things here. How can I be a man? I ain't running nothing. Then the third question we'll return to in this workshop is, what will I do? Because we don't have to stay in the condition that we are currently or presently in. And we have to have vision, goals, and dreams to accomplish and work for. Otherwise, we're being stagnant. Now, when we look at this definition, mental health, the state of being free from illness and injury relating to the mind, I think of this scripture in Philippians 2:5-11, where it says, let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus. So that's a different mindset. In Romans 12:2, it says, and be ye not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed. But how? How? It says, by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is good and acceptable in the perfect will of God. So it's not enough to say we something. We have to show and prove. And that actually makes us more happy as men. Because as men, we like to say, I did that. Now, she may have said, fix the toilet, and you 2 weeks late. That's some other issues. But boy, once you fix it, you just want the wife to go, I did that. Right? There's not a man in this room that haven't fixed something and just stepped back and looked at it for a little bit. I got it done. I did that. See, if we want to be in real health, we got to be productive men that's doing something and producing something. So a lot of us are really in mental illness because we're unproductive. Unproductivity brings about stress. We have a lot of undue stress as black men. I mean, we got the stress, Brother Henry was laying it out, of poverty. Some of us poor education. Some of us did not have the private school upbringing. Some of us really tried hard in school. Our school just, lack of a very eloquent word, sucked. It was just bad, poor schooling. What wasn't on us? Our teachers didn't care. The janitor didn't care. The lunch lady didn't even care. But we matriculated through the system, and we don't know how to even fill out an application. We don't know how to pay bills. We don't even know how to address another superior or a person working for us, because through our education, we handled everything through chaos. Some of us are dealing with homelessness, joblessness, family life, physical health, workplace. And this is bringing upon added stress to the already current stress of being unproductive. That domestic violence kick off in here. And sometimes we are with the sister for a peace of mind. And to get you in, she will let you come in because she lonely. But every woman got this question sooner or later. So what you gonna do? Now you have been unproductive and you got a place to play PlayStation or place to lay your mind or place to drink wine or whatever we do when we running game on sister. But she lured you in because she was lonely. But you got to be productive. And once you're not productive, she start touching that button. Now you got this crime, this poor education, this hopelessness, this loneliness, and you know you're not productive. So the last thing you got that you can produce is a hit to her head because of undue stress. Now, when we're dealing with this undue stress, we were always taught our basic human needs was air, water, food, milk. I mean, you can go for a while without food. You can pop a 40, 60 day fast. You can go a little bit without water. But you can't go too long without air. So those are basic needs. But the Honorable Louis Farrakhan pointed out to us that drugs have become a human need. Now, stick with me for a second. The brain produces chemistry. A chemistry to help us go to sleep, a chemistry to help us to wake up, and it even produces something like morphine that can ease our stress and our pain. But when you have so much stress going on in your life, we can use up the brain's natural chemical. So when the brain is absolved of that natural chemical that gives us pleasure, then we go outside the brain to medicate the stress and the trauma that we're dealing with. So as the brain supplies us with a natural morphine, it is causing some of us to go insane because we're going rampant looking for a synthetic representative that gives us what the brain gives us naturally. So because we've depleted our natural pleasure sources from the brain, we seek pleasure now outside. Some of us know people, men, who cannot go without waking up hitting the vape. Some of us got a blunt appointment after you leave here. You can't even spit a bar without being high. You can't talk to a lady without getting high. You can't hoop without getting high. We used to know what cologne a brother had on. Now we know what type of weed you smoke because it's so much in us. Why though? We're seeking pleasure outside of the brain that God gave us. So now the forces of sex, alcohol, drugs, food, anything to take our mind off of the trauma that we are experiencing in the lack of seeking natural pleasure. See, if we are going to address mental health, I'm going to strive to be on time, brothers. I don't want to make it I came here and heard a lecture, but it's a workshop. I'm just laying the base before we go back to them 3 questions we talked about. So, because you don't leave out of here without addressing those 3 questions. But if we have a problem, it's the brain that can produce what we need to survive. But notice how Satan does it. Satan got money. He can print it tonight. He just print $1 trillion out of thin air and give it to whom he pleases. And so he knows how to fund synthetic pleasure to keep you and I away from tapping into our original selves. He knows how to promote sex so much that you got to flip out the phone and wake up to it on all your social devices. I mean, you can't talk to a counselor at school, but you can sure watch a sex porno video in there. I've been in them classes. I done walked around, the guy done forgot he's supposed to be taking a test. I got to yak the phone real quick. Oh, man, she's right here. Because we have not been stimulated as men to understand sexual is a reward of our productivity. She's to help you meet. She's to be pleasure after you have gone out there and done something. And you are a hunter, a provider, a maintainer. You bringing her nothing at home, but you want all the sex. It's pretty selfish, brothers. It's imbalanced, brothers. So look at what it's doing to our mind. See, our young boys are feeling the ecstasy, the natural feeling you're supposed to get from climaxing through sex. That's natural. But they've been deprived of such pleasurable moments that they have become addicted to that. And the enemy sees it and he feeds it now. He feeds it now. We're taught that a nation can rise no higher than its woman. When you teach a man, you teach an individual. When you teach a woman, you teach a nation. But yet our men are looking at our women as bitches and hoes. I don't mean to use the vulgar language. I'm just quoting a rap lyric. Bitches ain't nothing but hoes and what? See? Now, if that's the mentality, if that's the activity, then what is produced from that mind and activity is we produce babies that are now groomed in a society where the woman is not respected. This causes an environment of mental stress. This causes an environment of pain. But I'm here to tell you, brothers, that God is the author of all of it. Now, even though the drugs, the alcohol, the money, the trappings of Satan are the synthetic representative of what the body needs naturally, the chastisement that all of us are going through is so great that if you and I don't have faith in this hour,
in the one who programmed our brain, then we will be trapped in calling on things outside of self, other than discovering our true self. How do God prove he's God? He has to put a problem out there. I'm a mathematician at heart. And he puts a problem out there and he gives everybody a chance to solve it. And he sit back. And all the pontificators go in there. Oh, have as many podcasts as you want. Go ahead. Have any YouTubes you want. Go ahead. How many conferences you want? Go ahead. Tell me all your learning, all your degrees. Go ahead. He gets it to a point where only he can solve it. And then when he comes in and solve it, all he asks for is the credit and the praise. This is where we're at, brothers, with our mental health. I'm landing this plane. Is we're at a point now that if you and I don't have a faith relationship, whatever you call God, however you identify with him, you did not create yourself, so you're indebted to your creator. And if we're indebted to our creator, the best that we can do is learn the roadmap of what the creator intended for this body to be. Now, our brain is an important muscle. And if we're not attacking our brain in a health sense, a lot of us, we attack it in an injurious sense, a spirit of illness. But if we don't make having a healthy lifestyle cool and popular, did you see what the doctor put up there? What went to the right and what went to the left? It was alcohol, bad diet, cigarettes. Y'all keep it real. If you was to pull your Facebook out right now, we promoting weed, we promoting drinking, and poor food. That brings injury to the mind. It was getting a checkup. It was exercising. He couldn't be spiritual. He wanted to say prayer now, but it's talking to God. That's to the right side is the healthy. To the left side is hell. We too much over in hell. And God is calling us back to the right side. The doctor had it right. He just don't own the company. He can't come into the school. If the same man that gave us the illness, we can't go to him for the cure. So, brothers, God is bringing this about because all of us as men have had this depressive moment where we lost our prestige, we lost money, we lost friends, we lost a loved one, and some of us have even lost our ambition. And it's at this moment that we are called to ask these three questions. Who am I? What do I do? And what will I become? So now this part of the workshop is, we got some good music in here. Sometimes music help you think. We have to reassess now. Who am I? Am I really a pimp? Am I really a player? Am I a simp? Am I a conniver? Who am I? Who is my original self? And then once we do that, we got to ask ourselves, am I hungry? Am I broke? Am I out of shape? Because once we identify where I'm at in my life, now we know what to do. Because if you and I are hungry, like Brother Henry said, we got to put a plan together to go get something to eat. I met Mexican brothers who work on airplanes out by the airport. And the Americans ain't got the qualifications, so they went to Mexico to get it. I said, man, at least Mexicans got sense enough to know if they ain't getting money here, they can go get it elsewhere. Here we are sitting here in poverty, but don't want to make a move. You got to be able to put a plan together and move. Maybe getting money for what you want to do ain't here in Rockford. Or it may be not on the west side. You have to have a plan that addresses the need. the goal. But where am I? If I ain't got a car, what's the plan? Who do I talk to? You cannot talk to people that ride bikes about getting a car. You're going to be on a bike. So you got to talk to men who have went and got a car. So their ego got to go. That pride got to go. Because some of us are living in our head movies. In our head movies, we Jay-Z. We be walking around here. But to your children, to your wife, to the government, you're a broke brother in Rockford. Or we. I ain't gonna say you. We. Once we come into that knowledge, we can act accordingly. Brother Henry talked about it. There's nothing wrong with having mentors. There's nothing wrong with having actual productive dates. Now, I'm not talking about women. You know, young people have, you know, when you got children, the wives set up play dates. And all it is women want their children to be raised around some children, they're going to bring some drama into their house. So if they find out that your child is good at school, that child is good at school, they say, let's do a play date. But we can have a productivity day where we build businesses, where we go to the gym, where we have a healthy barbecue, where we talk about this more than just at this symposium, but it's starting to heal the injury and the illness that have come into our mind. So we can't just talk about it, we have to be about it. The work of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad is take a people who was once considered mentally dead. When you considered mentally dead, that means you ain't doing nothing that's in the activity of life. And resurrect out of a dead people, a living people. That's the whole beauty of Malcolm's story. It was a pimp, a hustler. Yeah, that was Detroit Red, right? But he changed his mind. And once he changed his mind, his activity, his life, his association has changed the entire world. He got that from a man who also changed his mind. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he was so deep in the mud that you could only see his eyeball. That means he's been through everything you and I've been through. It is our connection to this higher power, to this God, that when it says, let this mind be in you, how many of you all really believe that you are a vessel of God? You're not a vessel of Satan. You're not the negativity that we look at. You and I are a vessel of God. So every time I'm looking at a brother in here, I'm looking at my superior. So I bow to you because I see deeper in you the God that's in you. So you are a vessel of God. So I don't look at titles. I look at the inside of the person because there's something in every brother in here that's superior to me. And if I think I got it all, then I'm cutting off my blessing. I'm cutting off my healing. That could be the one brother that teach me how to change brakes on the car so I can save some money. You understand what I'm saying? Got to have a vision, brother, because you can get comfortable with doing. You're making money. Okay, that's something you're doing. But where are we going? What's the purpose? What is our purpose? So in this health thing, I hope while I was talking, you were writing or you were recording and actually doing an evaluation. We call it auditing. Got to audit. Any of us who ran business, ran companies, any of us who in church, you know when that auditor come, it's non-emotional. It's the facts. We got to get that head movie out, and we have to take an auditing of where we are. A spiritual auditing, a health auditing, a financial auditing, a relationship audit. All of these audits help us go to the doctor for our healing. Brothers and sisters, I keep saying the one that's listening out there. I saw her listening, brother. No, but brothers, in my conclusion, I hope I've respected your time because they normally only give me 2 minutes in Rockford. So You gave me. We take a group of young men out every summer to camp. Been going, and it started in 1994, I believe. I want to be correct. But what started the camp was senseless act of violence. Young brother shooting another brother. And one of the founders of the camp said, we lost 2 black men today. My son and another brother who's locked up in life. So how can we address this senseless act of violence? So we had a camp called Safe in My Brother's Arms, Simba, where we bring young people from 7 to 17 and get them out the city a little bit. Some of us have never built a tent on our own. Some of us have never fished and caught a fish without using worms. Some of us have never played a friendly game of sports without cussing each other out after the football. I mean, this is where men feed young lions 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and there's a Bible study every morning. I mean, I thought you was Muslim. You see, that gets over my ego. It's about saving young black men. So if I can put my Islam aside to go to a Christian camp that helps young black men, then that's the bigger picture. The bigger picture is if we're going to save each other, it's going to take each one of us to unite with one another. Because when this poison came to our neighborhood, they didn't skip over them and say, okay, I'm going to make the Muslims mentally ill. I'm going to make the homeless mentally ill. But no, since you go to this temple over here, you don't get ill. It has affected all of us. And so because it has affected all of us, it will take all of us to be on deck. So my closing scripture comes from the book of Corinthians, where God says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, then he says, pray. This brother know, anytime somebody come to me about counseling, what's the first question I ask? How are your prayers? Because I want to know, are you trying to handle this on your own? Or are you talking to God a little bit? How are you? Your prayer life indicates how much you calling. And, you know, a woman know that you're done with her when you're not hitting her with the good morning beautiful text no more, right? Sometimes you got to say things people can understand. Well, you know, God know when you're not hitting them up with a text. You're not praying no more. Then seek my face and then turn from my wicked ways. So our healing and our mentality starts when we all are making it cool to turn. See, this right here today is cool. Brother, you really fed my spirit. In Black History Month, Carter G. Woodson said that he started this month because he saw the more educated we become, the further knowledge of ourselves we attained. So he had to start a Black History Week at the University of Chicago just to remind Negroes, yes, you got a PhD, but you still got to know a knowledge of yourself. So I thank you. This has to be done more intently, with more intensity, and it's got to be cool. It's got to be the popular thing to do. You know, like we all go to the games on Fridays and Wednesday nights. Once young people in this city know black men are loving each other in a healthy way, with no corrupt motives under it, then you will see a change in the vibration in this city. So I pray God bless you. I pray you remember the 3 things. What am I, or who am I? What am I doing? And what is my purpose? What will I do in the future? So may God bless you all with the light of understanding. I appreciate these few moments, and I greet you in peace.
Hey, brother. I appreciate that. I love you for that, man. Thank you, man. I'm gonna do something a little bit different because we did have a schedule, and right before I bring Matthew up, I want to sit here and chat with you for a second because I think because minister said something, and it was just beautiful to see a black man articulate how we come together. We got a Christian pastor over here, and we got a Muslim minister right here. And they are here to support men. And that's the whole purpose of what we're doing, is trying to build some type of foundation that we can continue to build on, and we can continue to show the young men how to behave. They said teaching young lions. One of the things that I always tell people, don't do anything that is irrelevant to the direction that you're going, because you're wasting time. And time is of the essence, because we got young boys out there taking each other's lives and don't even blink an eye. That's tragedy right there in its essence. And if we're not going to build a foundation, then we're going to cause them to stumble. Now, I said this, and I wasn't going to say this out loud, is that on tomorrow, we'll have probably 500 Super Bowl parties. And we'll have men at these Super Bowl parties, men only, no women's allowed at these Super Bowl parties. Not to mention, they will stay there 4 and 5 hours at the Super Bowl party. And look, I know I am too, but look, I appreciate you guys that's here today, because you want to do and know more in our community. And it don't matter if it was 2 of y'all showed up, me and D was gonna keep doing this, because the purpose is bigger than us. And when we start to step aside from ourselves and stop looking at all these negative things and try to do something positive, we'll start to make a movement. So this won't be the last. We're gonna keep on forging ahead. So on your cards, I gave y'all 4 phrases, 4 words. On your card, the first one I gave you is the impact of projection. Now, we've been here all since 9:30, 10 o'clock. And you heard these brothers up, and Matt's going to come up right after I'm finished with this. But the impact of projection. In therapy, most of the men, 90% of the men that I see, they deal with this complex of projection. Meaning that what they have on the inside, they bring it out as if the other person is actually doing it. So let me go a little bit further. If you're angry at something that you haven't accomplished, you're putting it off on your spouse, your friend, your family member as if it's theirs. Think about the impact of what you're doing when you do that. The impact of your projection. So what you're dealing with, the things that you're going through, you need to ask yourself, what is this that I'm dealing with? And try to seek help. Now, I appreciate Henry giving me plugs all throughout the day. Go see your therapist. But most important, have support. Because after you go see your therapist, you're going to need somebody to support you through all that. But I'm going to even add even further, because just what the minister said is that you have to seek God first. You got to have a foundation. I don't care what's going on in your life. I don't care if you believe in I don't care if you're Islam. I don't care if it's Christian, Buddhist, Lutheran. I don't care. But you need to seek somebody higher than you first. So once you do that, then you ask for direction to go to the right person. After that, I gave you one that says responsibility, my responsibility. It's huge that we be accountable for our actions. We cannot shake our responsibilities of what we do or how we've acted. It's up to us. If you did something, you can't blame anyone. You got to accept that. You cannot be projecting that stuff. You cannot be saying that someone made you do it. Let me tell you something. If you ever want to give control away, say someone made you do it. Because when you say that, you're saying that they got enough power and enough strength to make you do something that says you're out of control. You either in control or you out of control. Because you have to be in control of you, yourself. Because at the end of the day, if Jeff can make me go against everything that I've trained myself to believe, then guess what? Jeff got all the control. Jeff can tell me to do whatever he wants to. So you got to make sure that you know that you are always in control, and being in control is being accountable. Which leads me to my last two things that I gave you: generational and vicarious. Generational. We all have been through some tough time, environmental, personally, direct effect, witnessing, all of that stuff. Some of that stuff is dysfunctional learning. And if it's hard for you to shake that, then that's something that you need to dig deeper into. Our ancestors, our family members have been through so much, and they deal with a lot of hurt and anger. That's not ours. That's theirs. So we need to learn what's generational. And sometimes that stuff is toxic for you to do what daddy did or what mama did. As much as I heard the brothers talk about what their dad wasn't there and things of that nature, I get it. I was raised by my grandfather. I know. But at the end of the day, my grandfather didn't do everything right. But he showed me some things that I use today. But if you're not careful, a lot of that stuff will be passed on. And that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to do things your dad did because he wasn't there for you. Now you don't want to be there for your kids. He been in and out of prison. Now you want to take up the mantle. No, that's not what we do. And then we talk about vicarious. All of this is trauma. Trying to live through somebody else. So when it comes to trauma, how are we living through that trauma of someone else? How are we dealing with that? It didn't happen to us, but because mama, I'm living through mama's trauma. So I gave y'all those 4 words because I need y'all to think as men. You guys have these massive brains. Exercise it. Exercise it. When I seen this shirt, I got this shirt from Michael Williams here, him and his wife, Hazel Williams. When I seen this shirt, it says mindset. If you don't change your mindset, you will be stuck. Research says that there's a such thing as a fixed and a growth mindset. Think about that. A fixed and a growth mindset. I said this on the podcast the other day. A fixed mindset, that white picket fence, that looks good. That's what we're supposed to do. But who says you can't have a white picket fence and a pink picket fence and a black picket fence? Who says you can't have that? So you got to get beyond being stuck and say, this is all I'm supposed to do. We got to do more. We got to dig deeper. We got to be men in all definitions of that. And so whatever y'all need, look at these brothers in here, and I'm pretty sure somebody can help you. That's what this is for. And the safe place is so we can have these type of conversations. You got to have somebody you can lean on, and you can't be proud of. Oh, I'm a man. I can do it by myself. Or I'm good. That's our main thing. Is I'm so sick of hearing the word good. Yeah, I'm straight. Oh, you want to use straight instead of good, huh? But they all mean the same, right? I mean, we need somebody. We need mentors. We need partners that will be there and they're going to steer you in the right direction. That ain't going to take you down the road of hell. You need that. So I appreciate every one of y'all that came out here today. Me and D when I tell you, Hyphenates, come here, man. Let me tell you something. So this is Dinesh, Mr. Hyphenates. He liked to do the H and the Y and the N and all that stuff. But look, this brother worked his butt off from November to now. We've been working on this conference, and he really put his hard-earned work into this, man. And when I tell you to bring all these brothers together, it's just beautiful. Nobody fought amongst themselves and said, "Hey, it is what it is," right? Absolutely. And that's what we got to do as men. If y'all got something going on, let's partner. That's what we're doing. We're trying to partner for this whole year. It's like, let's do some different stuff because everybody else saying we can't do it. Everybody else is being negative. Or we have those, what you call them, Josh, kind of haters? Rockford native haters. They don't like this, but that's cool though. At the end of the day, let's love each other. Let's wrap our hand around each brother and let's just keep it moving. If y'all lonely, hey, talk to a brother after the conference and be like, hey, bro, look, let me get your number. Because at the end of the day, we need each other. We need each other. So I did that to say that. I wanted to say that because at the end of the day, if we got a Christian and a Muslim that can stand up here and talk about God and talk about how to move forward as men, hey, we ain't got no excuses. Everybody's so focused on that. But at the end of the day, we need to be standing beside each other and supporting one another. So I just appreciate y'all. And my man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. So without further ado, my man, if you know anything about the west side of Rockford, you know about Peach Court, right? That sits between Avon and Fairgrounds. So Matt and I go way back. And we started working together on Peach Court, cleaning up alleys in the community. And when I tell you, since that day, we've been tight. And I appreciate that brother. Anytime I need him, I can call him. And I appreciate what he brings to the table. So I wanted to make sure that he get his due. Matt, come on out, man. I appreciate you, man.
All right, all right. I would have hit a freestyle, but they cut the beat. No, good afternoon. One more time. Good afternoon. Thank you. That was beautiful. I know we've been here for a while. I'm not going to be here long. I got a few slides, and I want to shout out Dinesh one time. I got my dissertation in late. I just got my slides in this morning. And so it's not a dissertation. It's just a couple of ideas that I have on the topic of building a foundation and leaving a legacy. I also want to shout out Kevin Thomas. As he said, we go back to Avon, Andrews, Irving, School Street, West State, the trenches, as you can say, working to help people solve their own problems. So he's still a faith leader. He was working at a church in a neighborhood where I was working, and we were able to connect to organize the residents to find ways they can respond to their own problems. He was talking about this cleanup thing we did on Peach Court. The reason why we did this cleanup is because they become so overgrown that people were hiding vehicles back there, doing crimes. People were getting hurt. Kids was getting injured. So the neighbors said, we need to clean this up. And what we did was just support their vision. And it grew to be a whole West Side cleanup initiative, and safety increased, health outcomes increased. So shout out to Kevin Thomas for the work he's been doing for years and he's still doing now. Clap it up for Kevin Thomas one time, y'all.
So building a foundation and leaving a legacy. I'm 35 years old, so I'm still building my legacy. What I understand to be a legacy is still being formed. So I certainly do not stand in front of you as a subject matter expert trying to tell you what to think. Dinez and Kevin reached out to us for our perspective. So what I want to do is share with you a couple of slides from my perspective about how I'm working to build a foundation and leave a legacy. These are ideas that help me. These are thoughts that I have as I'm working to do this. As a man, I feel like I'm a servant as well. So I feel honored to be able to share some of my ideas, hoping that you can use it to help you. That's all I'm doing is sharing perspective. You all are experts in this room. You're experts by way of your lived experience. I will never teach you how to be a man. You know, I will stand up next to you as you fight because that's what we should do. And I want to share a little bit of information that I have in the hopes that it can help you. So build a foundation, leave a legacy. Shout out Brother Yakoya. You know, he popped his off with a definition. A lot of time me and my brother, we talk about working from a definition. So I just want to share a definition on the front end. What does foundation mean? Foundation is a body or ground upon which something is built. Second definition is a basis, such as a tenet, principle, or axiom upon which something stands or is supported. So it's like you have a house that you live in, it's built on a foundation. So we're talking about a foundation for yourself as a man in your life. How do you build a foundation? That's the question. A big part of it is principles. And we're gonna get into some ideas around principles too. So I want to acknowledge the man who raised me. This is my father. He's an ancestor now. He transitioned in 2010. And his name is Roy Simpson, Roy the Pride Simpson. He was a radio personality on a station here in Rockford. Some of the older brothers may know WLUV. I wasn't raised by my mother. I was raised by this man right here. He raised 4 of us by himself. And I wouldn't be here standing today if it wasn't for him. You know, he saved my life a number of times. He's an angel. And above and beyond an angel, he's my ancestor. And he's still with me today. And I'm speaking from a foundation that he helped me build. So this is really his voice speaking to you right now. He used to tell me all the time, when you know who you are, everything else is irrelevant. And this is what Yakoya said. He asked you one question. He said, who am I? And Brother Josh asked us a question. What does it mean to be a man? You know, this is a foundational idea, identity. And this is something he gave me. When you know who you are, everything else is irrelevant. As we're, you know, building a foundation for ourselves, this is one of those really, really crucial points that you need to figure out. Who am I? What is my identity? And what I mean is, what do I think? How do I feel? What's important to me? You know, those are the things that shape your self. We talk about knowledge of self. You have to really know that. Because if you don't know that, as Brother Yakoya said, people will tell you who you are. People will impose ideas about who you are on you. Now, they're doing that to us all the time. Black men are absent fathers. Black men are thugs in the street. We on the game 24 hours a day, stay high, chasing women. Now, if you know better than that, then all of that is irrelevant. But you have to know. So as you're building a foundation as a man, I feel like it's important to really pin down identity for yourself. You want to have an answer for that question. Who am I? That's make or break as you're building a foundation for your life as a man. So that's one thing you really need to understand that. And Yakoya said we had 30 seconds to think about it. I ain't gonna give you no more time. Identity is crucial. It's make or break. The second thing my father told me about is having skills. I'm talking about building a foundation for your life. It needs to be built on some type of skill set that you have. Sometimes we go to school to learn skills. Sometimes you go to high school, college. Sometimes you sit up underneath somebody, like you said, maybe you learn how to change some brakes. Maybe you learn how to change that wax ring when you pull the toilet up off the ground. Maybe you learn how to cut the grass with them lines in it to make your yard look good. Maybe you learn how to patch the drywall. Maybe you learn how to effectively communicate an idea to solve problems. At the foundation, though, you need to have skills. Skills development is crucial to your navigating this world that we live in. Now, it's a big part of manhood because your presence should make things better as a man. Again, this is my opinion. Your presence as a man should make things better off the top. But how do you make things better? By leveraging your skills to improve a situation. Pin down what you do. As Yakoya said, what do I do? Now you have to take time and learn something in order to develop skills. But a foundation of manhood is going to be based on having some skills, something that you can use to support people. Now, the third thing is, he would always talk about how important it is to have your own money. How important it is to have your own money as a man. He always said, you got to figure out the economics. That's what he would always tell me. You got to figure out the economics. Otherwise, it don't make sense. Otherwise, if it don't make money, it don't make sense. Always eat. So as you're building a foundation for your life as a man, you really need to pin down where your money is coming from. Now, it's probably going to be connected to the skills you have. They're married to each other. And you may be able to leverage some skills and approach some education while you're shaping that identity. Who am I? What am I interested in? Oh, I can pursue this and learn some skills. Then I can take those skills and make some money. Very simple things. Now, this is not necessarily easy, but I'm just offering it in a way. I'm trying to simplify it because manhood, and the foundation for manhood, I would say is built on who you are, your identity, some skills that you have, and a foundation for your life. You're going to have some money. You got to have answers to these 3 points and these 3 questions. Now, leaving a legacy. Definition of legacy: the long-lasting impact of particular events or actions that took place in the past or of a person's life. Most important, long-lasting impact. Long-lasting impact. I think it's important to just consider your legacy as a man because, the foundation is all about you. But legacy has nothing to do with you. The foundation is all about self because you have to build on top of something. And you really need to trust who you are to build with. But the legacy is bigger than you. It's not about you. It's about a long-lasting impact. So you need to be thinking every day. Obviously, you don't want to stress yourself about the future. That's pointless. But you do need to be mindful, some would say conscious, of how your space, how your presence is changing the space for the better. That's going to be your legacy. And you're only going to be able to use what you have to leave a legacy, that foundation. So your identity should leave a lasting impact. The skills that you have should leave a lasting impact. And the question always remains, as a man, are things better because of my presence? I think that's foundational. When a man come around, there should be peace and chaos. When a man comes around, there should be solutions and not problems. There should be answers and not questions, in my opinion. I also want to really touch on, we have a pastor, we have a student minister. A big part of your identity, you should be mindful of the spiritual nature of all of this thing that we connected to. It was said that God is spirit, so that means that I am spiritual. You know what I mean? It's just like we know the sun is hot by way of the sunbeams. God is great, so that means that I'm good. You have to know that for yourself. You're connected to something really powerful. That's part of your identity. You have to really know that and believe it. But this is the legacy piece. The long-lasting impact of the foundation that you've built is what you should be considering as it relates to manhood. Now, I want to give you an example of legacy that I got from my father. So, in 2005, my father decided that it was important for the men in my family to celebrate the women for their contributions, for the work they do, for the effort they contribute, for the support that they provide to us. So what he said was, every Valentine's Day, the men in the family are going to treat the women to a Valentine's Day meal. It was a small gesture, wasn't nothing major. He would buy the women flowers, the men would get together, we'd go to a restaurant. It was always a Black-owned restaurant. And we would split the bill for the women. This picture was taken last year. So we've been doing this for 18 years. Making sure that the men come together to recognize the women in our family. This was at Whammy's Kitchen, a Black-owned restaurant. We've been doing this for 18 years because of an idea that my father had. His legacy is still here. Now, you could say that this is small, insignificant, but for our family, this is everything. Because what happens is we connect with each other in time, we share space, and we break bread. In the process, we're sharing kind words, offering support and love. Now, it's a meal, but it's really a family demonstrating love. And that came from my father's idea. So this is his legacy. And we'll never stop. That's the long-lasting impact of the foundation that he had built. So the question we just need to be asking as men, what is my foundation that I'm building? And how will it leave a legacy? How will my presence make things better? Because that's my job. Thank you very much.
That was real impactful, and that was deep. So you heard 4 different speakers. I've sprinkled myself throughout that, and we've heard from the doctor. So let's bring this thing full circle. Everything that was said today was pertaining to manhood. And also, I said at the offset that a safe place is for vulnerability, where you can do, feel how you want to feel, right? So now I want to bring this thing full circle. I'm gonna have my buddy come up here and get off the camera for a minute. We don't need no theatrics. We're just gonna. I want to show you guys how easy it is, how comfortable it is to find you a therapist and have a conversation, right? We we have this thought that therapy is just so deep, like it's going to be something that's scary, that something's going to just have you running out, but it's just a dialogue, right? And it's a call and response to one another of the issues that are happening in a person's life. So we're going to demonstrate how a normal therapy session goes. So I'm gonna ask that you guys just rock with us and let's go through this. And you tell me once we're finished what's scary about it. Okay? And I know that it gets to the point though that we think that we can do it on our own and we don't need anybody else. But that's not true. That's not true. So we're gonna give an example, and I want y'all to just listen up. Go ahead, that's fine. Turn it up. Turn it up.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think I play basketball and I go home. I don't care what y'all do. Like, all I care about is playing basketball all day. I go home and I try to talk to my kids as much as I can. I don't see them as much as I can because I'm not driving as much no more. I don't know what to expect when I leave this house no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to nobody. You know what I'm saying? I've reached out and I've reached out and I've reached out and I've reached out and I've reached out. So I got it down to some kind of. That's not sustainable. Like, you too young, bro. That's not sustainable, bro. You can still play ball. So that's not sustainable. So I can come up here. I can tell you somebody else. Like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to turn my house back and I'm going to put a smile on for you. Like, bro, you don't got to put nothing on for me. Like, I can just sit back and tell you what it is. Like, I'm not. I know that's not sustainable, but at the same time, like, what? Please, none of us can do it. None of us can do it alone, bro. Reach out. Go out. Go out, talk to people, interact with people. Like, bro, real talk. I'll call us out, us three, bro. You be in Miami? Yeah, party. I'll party, bro. No. We don't party, bro. I'm talking about you have kids, I have kids. Come to my house. We can get bounce houses for the kids. We can sit back on the porch, drink a couple beers, drink some wine, hang out. Like, bro, that's not a normal, successful man's life to sit up in the house like that. Like, you gotta find good people. And us three can be good people. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's that's not no disrespect to what y'all got going on. I've been trying to find good people for so long. I'm tired, bro. I would say this, it's a 100% like, it's so can't be tired. I got you ain't got nothing left. You ain't got nothing left to give. I'll say this, bro. I'll be like whatever you need, dog. Like, you just want to talk. Like, I for sure can't move with you. I'll go out there and pass that over. Like, what we're saying is, bro, like, we want to be those people. Bringing you here wasn't about this. I wanted to talk basketball and hoops, but I always love you, dog. Nobody want to see you go through this. I got me a busy jersey at the motherfucking house because I was down here when you got drafted. I think the thing is, man, like so many times as black men, we are asked because of talent to carry everybody. We are not made to carry everybody. Black women are asked to carry everybody. They are not made to carry everybody. Dog, it takes a village, bro. And at some point, you gotta have somebody who don't need shit from you, who don't want shit from you, who want to see you win, man. Like, we don't do this for us. Yeah, like you want to build these things, but it's about these conversations. It's about bringing people on here and letting them tell their story. When Freddie said, man, you can tell your narrative, tell us, and I'll preach it too. What we're saying is, man, don't give up, because we won't give up. I can't say I know exactly what you're doing, but I've seen a lot of, I've heard a lot of stories, and I've seen a lot of guys that have come from our background. Really, you know, they fight, and they bust. Everybody just sit there and laugh. Like Antoine Walker going through whatever he's going through. Papa just sit there and
Tell me,
I was in joke for a while until everybody found out that wasn't true. It's like, bro, being black is so fake right now. It's like
All right, just to get y'all in the mindset, and we're gonna get to that. But I wanted to just give you guys something to expand your mind a little bit more. But we're gonna get into this. I just want you guys to kind of pay attention to the response and the verbiage that we're using, and it's non-threatening. That's really what I want you guys to see. That it's not judgmental. It's not to demean anyone. It's simply trying to be present with the person. Okay. So first thing, hey man, thanks for coming in. I know it take a lot for you to come in, talk to me, and sit down with me, and I truly do appreciate you coming in. So thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
So tell me, why are you here? Tell me what's going on in your life right now, man.
I feel like I've hit a wall. Not knowing exactly where it is I want to go and what tool I want to use to get me there.
So you saying that you may be lost or something? You trying to figure out which direction to go?
Yeah, I'm in the car with no navigation.
Wow. So how did you arrive to that point? I mean, I'm just curious if you don't mind me asking.
Keeping to myself, not sharing with others how I feel, with the fear of being labeled as soft or sissy or a wimp. Trying to keep up trying to wear a mask, wearing a mask so that people don't judge me, protecting myself.
Wow. So why do you feel that you need to be protected though?
Coming up, if I didn't do things exactly like my grandfather didn't tell me,
Okay.
I would get chastised for it. So it messed up my confidence. So when I'm trying to move forward in life, I'm not moving in confidently. I'm letting life happen to me opposed to doing something about my life.
Tell me a little bit more about your grandfather and how that shaped your worldview now.
Oh man, my grandfather was I guess a manly's man. If I look back on it in retrospect, I can see that he was dealing with his own traumas. Lost his only son and then was forced to raise all of his grandsons. So that can do something to a man. So he was very standoffish, what I'm saying, minister of the word. But I believe he did that for his own peace of mind. We had to constantly be quiet and not speak in the home because he was always studying his Bible, so going out and saving the souls of others, but we're dying right in front of them.
Wow. So how did that make you feel that he was saving the souls of others and you're dying right in front of him? How did it make you feel?
Unworthy, unappreciated. I had high expectations, but I was, you know how we're taught, you're supposed to know better. You're supposed to do this. I shouldn't have to teach you this. I needed to see that. I needed that nourishment from a man. My father wasn't around. He was too busy, chasing after my mom. You know what I'm saying? So it was, if he had her, he had us. You know what I'm saying? So if he didn't have her, we on the back burner,
So you never really received that love that you thought you should have had from either your grandfather nor your father.
Correct.
How does that make you feel as a father today?
Sometimes it makes me become a little overbearing to my children. Like I'm hawking on I have two growing boys. I got a little girl, and it's like I don't want them to have to go through the hurdles that I had to go through emotionally because it caused so much of a problem in my life. I've always sought for mentorship to embrace manhood, but never knew what it was for a long time. I had a toxic, I don't want to say toxic, I had a normal view of what society painted a man was supposed to be. Get in there and wash them dishes, have my food ready for me. But then when society stripped me, I allowed society to strip me of actually being a man, no job in the home. Now I'm doing all the domesticated work, not seeing like how I'm just doing my part in the relationship. It caused, like, I've never seen my grandfather wash a dish. I've never seen my grandfather cook a meal. I've never seen him wash clothes. Here I am scrubbing panties, making plates, delivering them. Made me feel less of a man. But no man told me, hey, you're doing your part. That's manly.
Can you tell me a little bit more about how you feel as a man having to do those domestic duties?
Oh, earlier, before my awakening, if I can talk plainly, like a bitch. Real talk. Like I was like, man, here I am scrubbing drawers. I'm doing everything I seen my granny do. I'm everything I seen my aunts do. And here I am, I'm doing it. And my wife is going to work, making all the money, coming back. I gotta ask her for $20. Society says, no bueno, my guy. You're not a man.
Wow. So now that you have started to seek out help and thinking about manhood and thinking about you personally as a man, do you find any different answers? Does it still sound or feel the same?
No, it doesn't feel the same anymore. What it is now is manhood redefined. You know, what is manhood? What are you doing? It's kind of what Matt was just saying. You know what I'm saying? I come around, there shouldn't be problems, there should be solutions. So I've learned how to listen more. These are my skill sets. I use my skill sets to create an income to leave a legacy. So that's what I've learned.
Wow. I see you have really come further than most young men your age into a place now you feeling more like you're comfortable, right?
Comfortable. I'm comfortable in my uncomfortableness.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I know that I can't strive being comfortable, so I have to put myself in awkward situations in order to grow.
Do you have men around you now that continue to help nurture that piece of you?
Oh yeah, I got a squad around me now. I got a squad. I keep good men around me. I used to be a victim of keeping a lot of women around me, and so that tainted everything that I was learning. But when I got a few good men behind me to check me when I needed to be checked, to understand where it is where I'm coming from, and to explain me out of that, and not just coddle me.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
I
Changed
can see
everything.
you start to smile when you started to talk about the men in your life now.
Yeah.
So it seems like you really found your place.
Yeah, I found my homies. You know, I had to actively search. Michael Beasley. I was there at one point. I had nothing left in me. I don't want to talk to nobody. I think it was right around the time Drake came out with No New Friends. I said, this is my theme song. No new friends. You ain't been here. I don't want you. But I was like, well, why would I continue to want the people that was there before? And I was in a sinking ship. I need a whole new new crew.
Yeah. Did you honestly though think that you can do without having friends?
I psych myself out because loneliness would do that to you. Bitterness would do that to you. Resentment would do that to you. Because in the end, it's kind of what, like I believe Josh said, when you make the identity that when you identify that it's you, your problem, now it becomes your responsibility. So keeping people away from me, to me at that time, was no responsibility because I'm blaming, projecting how I feel onto them or from them.
So what I thought I heard you say, you correct me if I'm wrong, that your father wasn't there, your grandfather stepped in, but he still wasn't present. And now in your later years, you're starting to surround yourself with men that really shows love and care for you. And so what you're doing now is living in your purpose.
Yes, thriving.
Thriving. Why do you use the word thriving?
Because I get an adrenaline rush. You know, I get adrenaline speaking with men about men things and how we as men can be better and not always blaming it on others, about taking personal responsibility and turning up a notch, you know, and holding yourself accountable.
Well, Dinesh, man, look, I appreciate you coming in here today, sharing. We'll get deeper into more discussions, the more sessions we have. But I just wanted to let you know that you are appreciated, brother. And I appreciate you coming here, being vulnerable with me, because you don't have to do that. And I want you to know that I truly do appreciate it. So I'll see you next session.
Awesome. I appreciate you for providing a safe place for me to come and let my hair down.
All right. Thank you, brother.
All right.
So normally, I want to show you guys something. Normally, I would have dug deeper. I would have really stuck with dad and grandfather for a longer period of time. But for the sake of this demonstration, I wanted to kind of go through most of a session, what it would look like. Did anybody feel that I was threatening to Dinez? Okay. So did anybody see that I was not listening? Did it look like I wasn't listening? I was looking at him. I wasn't looking all over the place trying to get into other things. I was there for him. And that's what should happen in a therapy session, is that they should be there for you. And if they're not there for you, you may want to just kindly get up and walk out. Because at the end of I said kindly, I did say kindly. But because at the end of the day, we're there for you. So what I do, though, personally, is I feel like the individual is an extension of my family. The reason why I think that is because I'm thinking that could be my brother sitting on the other side of there. So if that's my brother, I want whoever it is that's counseling and doing therapy with them is treating them right, giving them a place to have dignity and feel like they feel confident in being able to speak what they're feeling. So when people come to me, once I see them the first time, it's no more client. It's family. So I'm going to treat my family right. So I need to treat that person the same way. So right now, let's have an open discussion. We're going to have the fellas to come on up here. Let's just talk, man. Let's just talk. Come on, grab a chair. Let's just talk. And if y'all, we got some mics out there. Grab the mics. How many mics we got out there? Come on, have a seat. Here you go. Everybody got a seat? Oh, that's everybody then, huh? Okay. All right. So I'm not gonna sit down. I don't feel like sitting down. I've been sitting too much anyway. So let's talk. Let's start out. Let's talk about what Michael Beasley was just going through. First thing I will say, I don't own the rights to that clip, so that's not my clip. I don't own the rights to that. Let's just talk for a second, guys. What do y'all think about the Michael Beasley clip we just seen there? Anybody?
That's how I feel right now. Angry. Ultimately, myself. Initially, there's a difference between what's your fault and what's your responsibility. Somebody can be at fault, but ultimately it's responsibility to fix it. I'm angry at myself.
Anybody at the panel, what y'all think about that? What he just said? Okay. What do y'all think about what he said? He said he's angry at himself. How do you answer? How do you encourage a brother that is angry at himself?
I think that's a powerful I think like seed. I think coming to a realization that there's something that I can do. First of all, I feel like that. I felt like that and feel like that, kind of like we was talking earlier a little about reinventing ourselves. I think one of the challenges that I felt like being a man, quote unquote, or it's always on you. That's something that a lot of men that I talk to, kind of feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Kendrick talked about that, like whether it's good or it's bad, like either way, it's on me. And so I think a part of the ownership and honing and kind of like coming into that realization is like, dang it, it is on me. I think that sometimes it starts with anger. I think the realization first, that thing, like I am where I am because of decisions that I've made. And my brother, he talked a lot about self-defeating behavior. That I've heard it said, if money always your problem, then money ain't your problem. You know, and so typically individuals who find themselves repeat offenders of issues or problems that we have in life is usually because of self-defeating behavior. So I think that realization that I have a agency and a responsibility for what's happening in my life, I think to me that's what I'm hearing, and I feel like that all the time. And sometimes it's anger, but then it can, through the realization, but then I think there has to be a point, where it can be constructive in terms of like, all right, well, I'm the reason why I'm in this situation. I also have the ability to get myself out and change and create whatever landscape or whatever life I do want for myself. So
all right, so I was taught that sharing through stories is always the best way to relate to people. So where you're at is common to most men, right? So here's a story for you to think about, because my student minister, he said something that was key. We pass it up because it's spiritual, right? But it's really key to our development as men. So here's the story, right? There's a husband and wife, and the wife is in the kitchen, and she looks out the window at her new neighbor that just moved in, and she's doing the laundry. This is back in the day, so no, we got laundry mats now, but she sees her neighbor doing the laundry. She calls her husband into the kitchen, and she's like, "Look at our neighbor. She's doing laundry, but she doesn't realize all the clothes are dirty, and she's hanging dirty clothes on the clothespin." She's like, "Isn't that odd? Like the clothes aren't clean." So the husband was like, "Oh, okay." It goes about. Next week, same thing. She looks out the window again. She sees the lady hanging up dirty clothes on the clothespin, and she's telling her husband, like, "Yo, if she does it again, I'm gonna go talk to her so she understands. I don't think she knows how to clean her clothes." And so the husband was like, "Okay, well, next week if you see it, don't just talk about it. Go be an example of what you want her to do." So the next week, same thing. She sees her, and she's like, "All right, I made up in my mind that the next week, since it's not done, I'm gonna go show her how to properly clean clothes." Right? Week number 4, the wife comes back to the kitchen. She's all excited. She calls her husband to the kitchen. "Oh, baby, she finally got it. She finally cleaned her clothes the proper way." Right? The husband comes into the kitchen and says, "Babe, she's not doing anything different than what she's been doing." He said, "I just cleaned the kitchen windows." Right? Perspective. It's how you see things, right? My student minister said that the renewal of your mind, right? A lot of times we make things hard on ourselves. We come down hard on ourselves because the expectation that we set for ourselves, we didn't hit it, right? Like, man, I need to make $1 million this month. Then you make $200. There's no celebration. But the month prior, you made 0. So we got to understand, we have, as Black men, we have not been celebrated when it comes to progress, right? And so we judge based on, I didn't achieve what I wanted to achieve. I'm not where I want to be at. I'm not the end result product. But we don't realize that the journey is really what's important. So one of the things that you can do, and I'm not telling you it's easy, but one of the things that helped me, because mind you, in my story, I've been broke my whole life. Like, I'm just finding out how to make money, right? But it was changing my perspective. When I wake up in the morning, every morning, the first thing I do is write down 3 things I'm grateful for every morning, right? Because if it's a day where no matter what my problems are, I'm grateful to even have those problems, because it could be worse, right? Like, I'm healthy, my family's there, I got, whatever I have. And a lot of times we don't look at what we have, we look at what we don't have. And life is about, if you change that perspective and focus on what you do have, you start realizing, dang, I got a lot. Like when we say God is a provider, he's already provided so much. And it's sometimes because we're as men, we haven't hit what we think we should hit. It's like having a God complex, because how could you be made in the image and likeness of God and not be one, right? So we had this God complex. Man, I should be here and I'm not there. And so we look at where we're at and we judge it unfairly. So I'm gonna say for you, my brother, and this our first time meeting, but I'm gonna say that 1, you are enough. 1, you're great. And if you look at the things you've accomplished up to this point, right? You're upset you haven't got to the road, but if you change your perspective, Start writing down in the morning when you wake up the things you're grateful for. Just write down 3 things a day. Like I write certain stuff. I'm grateful there's batteries for this mic so we can talk, right? I'm grateful somebody built these seats out here so y'all can have a comfortable place to sit or this wouldn't work. I'm grateful there's a roof over our heads so we're not outside in the cold. There's so many things to be grateful for. No matter in real life, like bullshit's gonna come up in your life. You're gonna have real issues that come up. But when it comes up, it's how you handle the problem, right? My student minister is a mathematician. If you get frustrated doing math, give it up. You're gonna get, like, you know what I'm saying? But math is solving problems. So all I'm saying for you, my brother, is if you can just work on it. Just work on it. Just work on changing your perspective when it comes to certain problems. And like, okay, you don't have the best relationship with your daughter. Most of us don't have the best relationship with we're all learning. You're not worse off than we're all learning together and we all need each other. We talk about that village mentality. So one of the things I would do is I would start looking for brothers who have similar situations, right? Like your circle is everything. This is the last thing I'm gonna tell you. I know I'm long-winded. It's the last thing I'm gonna tell you, right? Your circle is everything. You are the sum total of the 5 closest people around you. If they lazy, you lazy. If they smoke weed, you smoke weed. They go to the club, you go to the club. But if they're driven, guess what you are? Driven. Do you want to know when I started making a lot of money? When I started meeting black millionaires, I can pinpoint the exact day. I went to Atlanta to Social Proof Alumni Dinner. I wasn't supposed to be there, like just in my own mind. I got to this event and everybody else that was there was a multimillionaire already. Then it was me. I got there because I put in work with my school, and another multimillionaire believed in me and said, I love your school. It's a $100 million idea. I'm gonna bring you to this event. When I got there, I didn't feel like I belonged there. But when I sat at the table and I started talking to all these successful black millionaires, guess what they started saying? It was like, Brother Henry, I would give all my money away to trade places with you. It changed my perspective. I started seeing young black men who was making $1 million in a day, and I didn't even know it was possible. What? Black men can make $1 million in a day? I ain't never been around. The only people I've been around to make money like that is dope dealers. We could do this legally without going to the league. I can't. You see how short I am? You see what I'm saying? So once my circle changed and I started looking at the people around you, I'm the bottom person in my circle. And the people around me were there to pull me up. I remember I made $60,000 in a day. Started celebrating. Come on. I called one of my mentors, like, yo, I made 60 bands. I'm all the way to the top. I'm lit. He was like, all right, well, when you're really ready, like, call me, but like, don't call me with this foolishness. Right? Because in my mind, it's damn, I made it. Like, I know how to make money. I'm good. But there's levels to it. And it's just about being around those type of people. If you're in a circle, the way synergy works, the people in that circle you're gonna gravitate through the synergy to where they're at. If you're the smartest person in your circle, you need a new circle. If you are the richest person in your circle, you need a new circle. If you're the healthiest person in your circle, you need a new circle. So the reason I love my student minister and I keep bringing him up is because when he never judged me where I was at and being in his circle, there's always something for me to strive to get to because I know people because he introduced me to people. I got into business because I was doing security for him. He introduced me to the person that introduced me to business. Like, I found good people and I held on to that, right? So what I'm telling you is brothers like myself, brothers like Matt, brothers like my student minister, brothers like Josh, brothers like Kevin, brothers like Danette, those type of people, when you find them, like we here, build a relationship with brothers that's here right now. Yep. Like, just ask questions like, yo, tell me about it. Like, you'll never know how much we got in common. And then you mess around like, yo, that's my man. Yeah. You feel me? So change perspective, change your circle, and it will change you.
I'm glad you said that because I was going there and I was thinking that, Henry, is that we in here together, hey, everybody heard what the brother said. Somebody need to grab hold to them and bring them along. Because here's the thing, it's bad for us to sit up here and talk about it and we know you having this problem and we don't come to you and like, hey, brother, I got you. You know, what you need. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we need to be at. When we hear brothers that are struggling with their own mentality, is that we need to be there to be there for them. I want to say something by way of support. You don't have support that pat you on the back all the time. Your support is one that can tell you when you're wrong. And that's the problem, because a lot of times we think we got to have yes men, people around us say, oh, you know, you good, you can do this. You need someone to say, look, bro, that's wrong. You know, you ain't right. You know, let's try it again, and give you solutions. It's bad for a person to sit there and say you're wrong, but won't give you solutions. So your circle is very important to your growth. So I want you to, if you see any brothers you want to attach yourself to, and brothers, if y'all feel it in your heart, God put it in your heart, you grab the brother up, let's do that, because that's what we're here for. So I appreciate that. Yes. Oh.
I know I beat myself up a lot in my younger days about some mistakes because as I grew, I couldn't realize, like, man, really? You on that? You was on that? But the one key thing that I had to learn to do was forgive myself. That's key, bro. We all gonna make mistakes.
Yeah.
Can you give him the mic? I can't hear him.
My daughter told me I failed our family because her and her mom didn't work out. And like, I grew up in a 2-parent household. My dad didn't leave me, he died. I've always judged that by like how well I can raise my family. And I was 19, when she was born, and I made a lot of mistakes like that. And it's just like, what am I going to hang my hat on if I spent my whole life talking about the dad I was going to be. I never thought I would hear those words. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's like forgiving, but it's like, it goes from a cycle of like anger and then like sad and then like trying to look beyond the pain and then like reaching out. But it's like every man I ever had's died or disappeared. They don't stay around me. It's like it goes in cycles of like my uncle hasn't called me personally an incoming call in 7 years. It's always been outgoing. And I'm just like, real talk, sick of that shit.
Yeah.
I'm sick of like having to learn on the fly and then have my definition of being a man being pissed on all the time. Oh, it's not enough. Jalen was never enough. Oh, Duke wouldn't have did that. Or Chris wouldn't, that's my dad's name. He wouldn't have did that. And he wouldn't have did that. And you wouldn't have did that. And you marched to the beat of your own drum. It was just never enough. And I spent time away from my family trying to search for that. And it's costing me my daughter. And that's what I'm mad at.
Gotcha. Well, just like we said, we're gonna put our arms around you. We're gonna show you support. And most of these men here have kids, so they can help you along the way with that. Yeah. And don't, just like you're vulnerable now, don't be afraid to talk to anybody in here. Get some numbers, man, and then contact them on a weekly basis. Go ahead.
How old are you, brother? 28 tomorrow. Oh,
happy birthday.
How old is your daughter?
Okay. Well, I used to tell this story. I said, we're in the John Hancock building overlooking Lake Michigan. And you seeing Lake Michigan from the 12th floor, I see it from the 40th. And what you see is only based off your location of what you can see right now. Mm. But if I could tell you what it looks like from the 40th, your future will be all right. Many of us as children misjudge our parents till we know better. My father was a strict disciplinarian because his best friend got shot and killed in the Black Peastone Rangers El Rookin' Wars of the Chicago. And he vowed to his best friend that he would take care of his family. Well, his best friend had 8 children. He had already, total, he was taking care of 22 children on a CDT salary. So when he said something, it's law. Yeah. But as a child, you're not trying to hear that law. That you judge. Was not at home a lot. I was a state track runner for 3 years, and he couldn't tell you what my track shoes look like. Only been to one basketball game. And I helped that in there, like, especially when you go to a private school and everybody dad is there and, you got to act like your uncle is your dad. So I judged him a little bit harshly because he was so stern and strict till I got my own children. And I forgave him immediately. So you're going to get to a point, and your child is going to get to a point where this will be a life lesson. Yeah.
Attitude determines altitude.
Yep.
And every man in here has been in some aspect of his life in that seat. So I want to respect you for your courage of being vulnerable.
Yes.
When I was listening to Michael Beasley, I actually saw that entire episode and I felt like I was the Fred Taylor character.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't do a lot of talking when somebody is exposing their pain,
Yeah.
because it could be a session, as our therapists know, and we're just hearing. And I had to do it myself. I had to go to what's called self-auditing. We do auditing in the nation, and all auditing is a listening ear. And you yourself talk it out. And you can say this for so many sessions to a point where that energy that caused pain, you've processed that story so much, it no longer has the stimulant that dad passing or uncle may have of it. So it's good that you're starting to talk about it. You must be at a point to be around these strangers and let it out. So you somewhere where you're better than most of us, because most of us, like I said in my presentation, we do this in the car or in the shower. We cuss ourselves out. So you had a way more courageous step. Keep talking about it. And that sting
Won't be as strong.
won't be as strong, and now you can process it. And finally, after you process it, you got to do something.
Yep.
This ain't no world where the sun stops shining because a flare left. The earth never, no matter how many earthquakes, the earth still travels 1,037 to 30 miles per hour. You got to keep moving. And your daughter gonna realize at some point in time, the way I realized, that you are her father.
Yeah.
So I pray that heals you, brother.
I'm gonna say this and I'll move on to the next statement. We as men, and I know we talked about our fathers and grandfathers today, but we as men have to learn grace. Reason I say that is we have to recognize that we don't know the circumstances in which our fathers were in when all these things were happening. Just like your daughter, in her 8-year-old mind, it still has to develop, and she don't have a clue what adulting is. And so you got to give her a little grace for where she's at right now. And when she gets older, she'll do what Minister said, is that she will understand at some point what you and mom was going through. And she will forgive you for that. But you got to still keep being father, no matter what. You got to still be father. You still got to be present as much as you can, because she will learn and understand what adulting is. Because at some point, we all had to understand too what our parents went through and why they went through what they went through. So you just got to have some grace, brother. And then you need to attach yourself to one of these brothers as well. So even talking into the sense of what Michael Beasley went through, this is a common thing that I hear all the time. I used to actually say this, and I don't understand why I said it, but I used to say this because my grandfather used to say this to me. Who in here has ever told their young man that you got to be the man of the house? Because my grandfather, when he would leave, he would say, okay, I'm about to go now. You can be the man of the house. Now, here's the problem with that. It sounds good. It sounds real good. But think about these problems that we're talking about here today. Do we think that an 8-year-old can deal with this? What's y'all opinion about that? Because I remember going through that, and I started telling my son that, and I was like, no, he can't do that. He can't even handle this. What's y'all thoughts on that? Anybody? What's y'all thoughts on having our young boys believing that they have to be the man in the house when you're not present? Are you saying that they need to take your place while you're gone? Or are you saying that they need to be protected? What are we saying when we say that?
I tell my little man sitting out in the lobby now. But I'm gonna tell you honestly why I say that to him. But I want you brothers to be open and honest with me. I just tell him, hey, daddy headed to work. Look out for your mom and your sister.
Okay.
So that's my basis, but I'm here to learn. So help your brother, and I'm just saying, just look out for your mom and your sister. And that's basically where I'm coming. So if I'm saying that out of ignorance, please educate your brother.
All right. Anybody?
To be the man of the house, the man is the very first sacrifice. You know what I mean? When somebody come through that door, if your daughter, if your sister, if your niece, if anything of the female gender goes to that door to protect that house, you has failed as a man. Why? Because we are built muscular, we're built more dependable, we're built in a lot of ways that a woman ain't, because you are that ultimate sacrifice. So when you tell your young boy, hey, listen, I'm leaving, you the man of the house, it's his duty to understand not just to protect his mom and sisters, he gonna grow up protect his wife, his daughters. He gonna pass that down to his sons. Hey, you the man of the house, son, because daddy gone. So you instill in the confidence that you don't even know you putting in the baby.
Yes, it's layered. It's cultural and it's layered. As somebody who does a lot of tutoring in wealthy folks' homes, I notice how they talk to their young men as if he's already going to be a head of the house. I also see in other economic situations, women raise their daughters and spoil their boys. And sometimes man of the house can have a triple entendre meaning.
Gotcha.
You know, I'm wanting you to be what your absent daddy is not.
Woo.
And so he's not bringing on that protective role or that maintaining role. He's bringing on a whole social role that, you know, he may not even feel that pressure. You know, a lot of moms who didn't go well with whoever they decided to lay down with, if it's a boy child, they put all that pressure on him. And then if he don't meet up, you just like your daddy. So that's one issue there. Culturally, I deal with a lot of Muslims from Syria, from Iran, from different cultures, and that rites of passage is they're raising him through modeling that what you see dad do, you must do. So I'm taking care of bills. I'm taking, like, these young men, by the time they 12, mom talked to him different.
Yeah.
And he acts different because of their culture. It's almost like by the time he gets a certain age, he's expected to behave a certain way. So it's so layered. So I zoom it in and close it. On our culture, a lot of times the man of the house means, you know, ain't no daddy here. I need you to step up.
Gotcha.
So it's so layered.
Gotcha.
Let me touch on that too. I believe in the such thing as age appropriate. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a such thing as things that are inappropriate for young people that are, you know, too little. You know what I mean? So and I appreciate when you mentioned dynamics, the cultural dynamics of the whole man of the house narrative is very layered. So I imagine that what you're doing is you know, they have this thing, nobody rises to low expectations. You know what I mean? So when you use language like this around your son, you're really setting an expectation for his behavior. And your presence is also a model for the behavior, like Brother Yokoy was saying. So I think that I don't imagine that any of us would invest responsibility in a child at an inappropriate age.
Right.
That's destructive.
Right.
I think what you're doing is kind of raising a crown over the boy's head so he can grow into it. You know what I mean? I think that would be age appropriate. You can invest confidence in the young man to say, hey, look, you know, think about yourself in a more esteemed way. That's basically what you're telling them. You know, you're important in this house. That's what you're telling them. You're not telling them to go cut 5 lawns and bring me back $100. That would be inappropriate. You know what I mean? Because there's value to a child and a family. You know what I mean? And they have value for their age. You shouldn't request more of them than their age could offer. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think in some ways that's inappropriate. We're applying adult behaviors and attitudes to a adolescent child, and that's a recipe for destruction. We should stop doing that. You know, an adult should never expect a child to behave as a man when they're not a man. But what you can do is challenge them to grow and model appropriate man behavior and invest confidence so they can walk with a little bit of, pride and love. You know what I mean? That's what I think.
I made a mistake in my raising. When they turn 21, I give all my children a budget worksheet. And it's from the mindset, I'm taking care of you, but once you cross that stage, you're on your own. So all my children was given a budget worksheet. I should have gave it to them when they was 7th grade.
Yep.
So certain things you can teach your children at an age, whether, I'm thinking, okay, now it's time for you to learn to pay the bills, this and that can almost bring them into culture shock because you've been providing for them. So it was a mistake I made because they wind up getting nervous, like, man, mom and dad finna pull the rug out of me when for 21 years you've been helping me out. So, okay, listen, we're going to do this budget worksheet together, but that's a way that I should have did with them at like 7th grade. I should be like, look, this is how you pay bills. This is utilities. This is insurance. So as they were getting older, they understanding what this adulting thing look like.
That's a lot of good information because I think context is everything. It's like how you guys are viewing that term. Because I can remember, I didn't care what he said. I didn't know. I was like, whatever the man mean, whatever, I just knew he got up every morning at 5 o'clock and went to work. So it didn't bother me because I was like, I'm not getting up at no 5 o'clock. So that, but, and I said that to say too, is because I'm seeing more and more of that mentality. Thanks, Mike, for sharing that. I'm seeing more the mentality of young men now with the mentality that I had, and not so much so of not wanting to do anything, but I see a lot of young men now spend more time with wanting to be in the house, not active, not structured, things of that nature. And I'm speaking to video games, right? So now we fast forward to adulthood and they're in relationships and they'd rather stay home and play video games than go to work. And then they girl, stuff like that. And I've even seen where the girl want them to stay home and play video games because they know where they are. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, for me, hearing that as a young boy, like, you got to be a man, that wasn't my mindset, And so when I got older, it wasn't until I was around men that showed me that. My grandfather showed me how to work, but he didn't show me how to love, none of that stuff. So that's why I asked that question, which is, thank you for the answer.
And I just wanted to say, I think you should use age appropriate according to the situation, because I was one of those kids that was always told to stay in the kid's place. Ooh. You can't do this, you can't do that. Boom, now you 18, and now I'm trying to figure out how to live and how to survive. And I'm out here interacting with people that'll kill me, and I got a kid's mind state. Yeah. My son is in Concord. There's kids out there that's talking about bodies and listening to music. So not so much me telling him that's the way to live, but just getting his mind ready to learn how to deal and survive to where he get to a place to live and thrive in this chaotic world. Because I really feel like I live in a purge. Like, this is an American horror story. This is why I'm here and do what I do. I mean, everywhere I go, I walk and stumble upon shell casings in Concord. I live on Overdene. I drive Uber. I see it all the time. Like, and then also on top of that, my son and his mom, we don't live in the same place. And she more passive, and she use, partying as an escape, so she don't have to deal with it. She got an older son that's in the streets. So, I understand, it's age appropriate, but you gotta use that accordingly, because you gotta get your child in the mind state to survive. And I think as parents, we gotta work harder to really teach them who is who and what's what, so they can learn how to use that way of thinking accordingly. So that's it.
Man, I appreciate that, but I'm gonna encourage you, brother. You keep fighting. I grew up in Concord, so I know what it's like. So you just keep fighting. But I will say this with your son though, is that it's the boys in the hood mentality. You remember when Trey came to live with his dad? That's how it has to be. You have to teach him, you have to show him, because that's all his dad was trying to do is show him how to be a man. And because mom was in the situation she was in, he had to do that. So your son is in the situation he's in, but when he's with you, you got to be on point.
That's my only reason for living. I'll die before I let that happen.
That's right.
I'm with a mentorship called The Power of Hope.
Uh-huh.
So, and then there's kids that he'll meet. So like, this is my purpose for living.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I just want to be mindful because, since we're on the subject of mental health,
yeah,
I think it's important because, we go through traumatizing experience, and I've seen a lot of traumatizing things.
Yeah.
Things people don't get out of. And I'm trying my hardest to get my son out of that situation. That's all. I think we got to work together.
Yeah. Yeah. You keep working on that mindset. And, again, just like we told that brother there, reach out. You got some men here, you need to reach out. And men, y'all hear him. Y'all hear his story. So at the end of the day, brother, you got to make sure you where you need to be so you can make him or get him to where he needs to be. Because if you out of sorts, he gonna be out of sorts. So you got to make sure you are in sorts. So when he come to you and say, Daddy, how do you do this? You show him, and then you got an agenda of what you should be showing him now. Because when he gets 18, like Minister said, you ain't trying to put him out not knowing. He needs to know all of that stuff. So you keep working.
I have no doubt we'll overcome
all
this.
Right, man. Go ahead.
Oh,
Man, I'm not giving the microphone.
what you just said, bro? Trauma. I'm a trauma child. Very like, I'm a trauma child. Like, said something that he said. If I could go back to the bicycle in the car, that car look good.
Yeah.
And that bicycle is slow enough to get a conversation. There's a lot of us on that bike.
Yeah.
Who, in order to find out how to be good, sometimes you have to be able to get a man to admit their mistakes. Yes, sir. Admit their failures. Admit, like, hey, bro, I had a perfect chance and I blew it. How else do I know that guy in that car just didn't? Like he said, we come from a trauma place.
Yeah.
I'm a product of a pimp and a whore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I didn't have somebody that thought I had a future.
Yeah.
I'm teaching my kids something I never learned.
Wow.
I have custody of a 5-year-old. I'm teaching my kids something that wasn't a given. So listen, like to say, you got to teach your son to survive. You know how the brother said, we pass on our own problems to others.
Mm-hmm.
You survived it.
Yeah.
We survived.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we survived.
Yes, sir.
To sit here and say you got to survive something, but bro, you ain't got to survive. You can enjoy it. Because the survival is something that you have to think about. You on guard when you got to survive, bro. You play the game. You on point all the time. Surviving is that, man. Surviving is to say, bro, when I cut that corner, I'm cutting that corner with this thing out, man. Why?
Yes, sir.
Because there's always something about the corner your baby should never have to feel that.
There you go.
Should never have to feel that. You know what I mean? So like it's men who, again, and no disrespect, so when I said the fight thing, I'm just meaning like, look, there's men like me who every time I see a young kid looking good or looking bad, I'm going, hey, short, man, you looking so good. I like my son to meet you. I want my son to see somebody else to look up to. Yeah. Shorty, you bad, loud in the gas station. Hey, let me talk to you real quick. And that's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Lower up yourself. You know what I mean? Like, if you need somebody to talk to, man, come and talk to somebody. You know what I mean? Like, but that's where we're lacking because to hear y'all look so beautiful, to see black successful men, but y'all are like the needle in the haystack. There's more of us than there's more of y'all. So we got to get out there and really make those that are on the us side come in here so we can gain the knowledge and some of the influence that you guys have. This made me cry. Like,
Let me.
y'all taught me some things today. That's the whole purpose, man.
Yeah.
I'm passing it. Like I
Yeah.
y'all. Okay.
Let me clear that up about the. First of all, we're gonna take it so deep. We're descendants of trauma.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
See, all of our parents either witnessed or was raped, robbed of our name, our culture. So the black experience is a traumatic experience, which puts. Brother Henry talked about, man, I thought about it when you said it. Yeah, I mean, all of us bragged about getting whipped with an extension cord because our forefathers got whipped with an extension cord. But let me be clear. If you riding a bike and you want a car. That person got to have a car. What I mean by that is you can explain to me better when you've done it.
Right.
If you ain't never done it, it's theory to me. Because yeah, you may be right with your theory, but have you done it?
Right.
And if you can't show me how you did it, then there's gonna come a point in time that when I'm doing it, I now know more than you.
Yeah. Right.
So what I mean by that is bike. Don't take it literally as bike and car. Take it as that person who's been there, done that. Attach yourself to them. It's the quickest point between two lines. I mean, the quickest path between 2 points is a straight line.
Yep.
If he's doing it and somebody in school talking about that, he knows what therapy is like. They just reading a book.
Yeah.
And so you got to model yourself, especially for all of us who come from the streets.
Yeah.
Don't let suits and that don't all that fool you. None of that. No, we all got the same family reunions. We all, no, ain't none of us. I told you how white man see it. He just sees us as a poor person. Ain't none of us changing laws. You know what power is? Yeah. You can change a definition.
Right. That's power.
A male and a female have been reality since this planet has started. Power is transgender. I don't have the power to change a definition, so I'm in the same boat as you. And so we are living and surviving together. We all don't. I don't want you to ever think this don't make us successful. No, I'm just as equal as you, brother. You superior to me in something. And that's how I always look at it. I'm no better than you. And that's how we vibe, That's all I wanted to clear up.
On that note too.
Oh.
Go ahead, bro.
No, my bad. I just want.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Something I heard that I think has been bubbling in these conversations is just trauma decontextualized looks like personality.
Yeah.
And something that like even Hyphen X was talking about earlier in regards to like the no new friends, like the Drake, kind of like idea. Right. So it's like that's seen like and that's I work with youth too. So like that's kind of like cool now. Like I'm weird, I'm a loner, like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't need nobody, like people getting trust no one, no trust. And so like as if that's who they are, as if that's a part of their personality, when it's really like a side effect of trauma. You know what I mean? Like fear, like Brother Henry was talking about earlier, and so, and I think another side to that is like, in terms of preparing the next generation, like oftentimes, like they say like 85% of the jobs, if you're not 15 years old, 85% of the jobs that they'll take don't even exist anymore. So oftentimes, like, are we preparing them for a world that they're going to be in, or are we preparing them for the world that we were in, you know what I'm saying, with tools, that they won't even be able to use, you know what I'm saying? I got an iPhone 8 and they made me go to the 14 because they discontinued.
That's what they do.
You know what I'm saying? Right. So, just all I'm saying is like, going back to what, bro was talking about and like the whole idea of trauma, because even like when we think about trauma decontextualized for a community can present like culture, it looks like culture, you know what I'm saying? Going back to the man of the house, you know what I'm saying? And, some of the other stuff that we've been taught, culturally, which really is rooted in trauma. So do we really need to pass that, you know what I'm saying? Like what bro was talking about, that fight or flight, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm teaching my child how to survive. I feel like I'm doing them a service by saying, don't trust nobody, don't do this. Like black people, we don't swim, we don't do this, we don't do that, or men, we do this and we do that, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes we, that is so limited and it's really rooted in trauma, and it places like a limit and a label on who, what we can be and the potential that we have.
In a perfect world, in my perfect world, fathers would deal with their trauma before they start having kids. I said in my perfect world, because unfortunately we have kids and then we start to deal with our traumas, right? And most likely it's too late because we don't raise them 5-10 years into their youth, and all that trauma has started to pass on, and we don't recognize it. It's when we as men start to recognize our trauma, like you said, brother, like trauma, that's your name, right? Is that you have to deal with that stuff. And even though you are helping others and you're doing these things, if you're not careful, that trauma will still lead and come off to them. So I'm asking you is that you work on your trauma. I'm here to help you if you want to. So my thing is this, fellas, is that it's only one of me. I just hired another black guy. But if any one of y'all need anything, I got y'all. I'm here because this is what I want to do. I want to be able to help other black men understand the mental health piece of their lives. Because at the end of the day, mental health didn't really start to be a thing until about 15 years ago, right? So we just dealt with it. We didn't know anything about it. It was like, okay, it is what it is. But now we know what it is. Now it's time to work on it. At the end of the day, when you try to put your best foot forward to fix it, I'm going to be honest with you. Most of the time, you're going to fail because you have to learn how to manage it because it's there. You can't erase all that stuff happened to our ancestors and so on. You can't erase that. It's there. But how do you manage that, and how do you take care of that to the point where you can be positive and then you can give back? That's where we have to be. It's the problem we get in trying to fix it, because what happens if we never fix it? What happens if we think we fixed it and something else happened and we triggered again? So you can't ever fix it. It's always there, but you got to be able to manage it. Learn how to manage it. That's the whole point. So
Can I?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify too. Right? What I really mean by teaching my son to survive is, dealing with that self-destructive way of thinking. When he in that environment and people smoking weed around him, and he's a toddler, and he acquired a smell from marijuana, and now he want to smoke weed before he's 3 years old. He can't function off weed. That's all he want to do. Now the things that he see around him, he want to be that. He want to be a shooter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like those things. The mind is a powerful thing, and that's one of my worst fears. When I brought my son, I gave up on humanity. I really like the way the world is going. I really don't want to be here. But when I made my son, he was already manifested. Like I brought him here, and when he was made, like my son is a conscious manifestation of light. I named him Frequency. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be conscious of who he is, and like I'm doing the best I can. It's just I really didn't know too much about his mother. Not to put her down or nothing like that, but I just gotta say I got a big fight. It's a hard fight, and like absolutely, absolutely, and that's why I'm here, and I'm just here to hoping that I can reach out to other kids, make connections with parents and people who actually want to make a change. I feel like I know what to do. We just all got to be in it together.
And I just want to speak on and I know we all want to add, but I just want to speak on the fatherhood piece. I got a 5-year-old daughter, and I love being a father. You know what I'm saying? And and I'm not saying that to prove nothing. I'm just telling the truth. What it means to be a father. It is everything to me. And for a year and a half, I fought in court to get equal time with my daughter. You know what I'm saying? So when the brother say you can fight and you can win, and I appreciate what you said about her mother too, your son's mother too. We'll never ever disrespect mom, but we never gonna fold and step away from our role as a father either. You know what I mean? So you're doing everything right because you have a mind to raise your son. You're doing everything right. And I spoke because it cost me a lot of money and a lot of stress to engage a system to occupy my natural place. You know what I'm saying? It did a lot to me, and I had to go to see therapy. I'm just being vulnerable with you, so you know that you're not alone.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? It's a fight that's worth your life, because it's gonna pay dividends in terms of legacy. When Frequency hit a story like, my dad fought, like he did everything he could. You know what I mean? It's gonna be worth everything, dog. You can do it.
I'm gonna let Henry end us, because we're gonna wrap it up. We probably should have started with the panel discussion, right? but I'm enjoying it. But Henry, we're gonna let you end us, man, with your comment, and we're gonna wrap.
I just wanted to mention, just on that fatherhood piece. So just something to consider, right? I don't have any sons, I have daughters, but I kept running into this issue with particularly mothers coming to me asking, can I mentor their children? And I'm like, yo, it's only one me. I can't mentor the city of Rockford. When I tell you that I have lists to this day of women in my inbox, can you mentor my children, especially their sons? So I start telling them, put your child in a school. So we're talking about giving back. How would you develop? This is what I need us to understand, this thing of who we are and the importance that we are. I don't have no background in education. I don't have no college degree. I barely have a high school diploma. I was expelled my junior year. They legally missed the deadline to turn my paperwork in, so they had to let me come back the next year, right? They didn't want me. I barely came to school senior year. I got out because they didn't want me to come back, right? So there's nothing about me that's special in the sense of like I got something that nobody else has. And what I'm saying for us as men is, in me building a school, right? And having a school, now I'm not just the father to my daughter, but now I have an entire flock, right? And now I'm looking at, because the brother said, how do you give back, right? How can we give back? Well, one of the things having a school forced me to do is look at myself, right? I can look at myself and hide it from my own daughter, all right? As parents, we good at hiding our own. But now I'm on full display, right? Certain behavior, like I'm gonna give you a real example. We had a Black History Bowl. They cheated my school. We was winning, killing. They started asking questions about local Rockford folks that wasn't in the paperwork. Who is state representative that's speaking to you right now? Oh, it's Maurice West. My children know who the hell you are, right? So me as my trauma start coming out. They finna cheat my school, right? And my trauma is green light at all times, just on site. But I had to remember, I have a school full of children, right? I can't jump out the window with my first decision to go ham because you cheated my children. I got to handle it in a different manner. And so I'm just saying, when it comes to fatherhood, I need us to understand something, right? Our traumas affect us, but we have to, when we really talk about digging in our traumas, understand that you're not here just for you. Your life is not just yours, even though, if this makes sense, you're bigger than that. One of the things he taught me when I was younger is that you have to work for something bigger than yourself. When he's talking about productivity, it's working for something bigger than yourself. The moment I decided to start working for something bigger than myself, everything that I want, it opened up, if that makes sense, right? And you have to understand that, like, yes, we have traumas. Yes, we have things that go through. Nothing of value comes easy. You got to be willing to go through some things. So this is what happened to me, and I'm gonna shut it down. I don't want to get super long-winded again. But when I first joined the nation, my student minister said, wake up 5 a.m, go in the mirror, tell yourself I'm a diamond amongst men. This was so hard for me to do initially, because when I looked in the mirror, I saw a nigga, right? We didn't talk about it a lot, but self-hatred is a whole thing in and of itself. We've been taught to hate the color of our skin. So looking in the mirror, he said, when you look in the mirror, you should be able to, you want to see what other people see. If you can't look yourself in the eye when you look in the mirror, you're looking at the level of the degree of self-hatred you've been taught. So I would look in the mirror when I first started, looking down. You know how we do when we on the block, looking down. Not really, I'm a diamond in my, you know what I'm saying? But it has to build up. But I'm gonna tell you this. This is what I want all of us to know and leave with this too. Is consistency, right? Like day 1 that you come in the gym, you're never gonna be as good as day 100. Day 100, you're never gonna be as good as day 1,000. The first day I came in the mirror, I'm a diamond amongst men. Not as effective as day 100. Day 100, not as effective as day 1. But at a certain point, I'm popping in the mirror and shit. I'm like, yo, diamond amongst men. You see what I'm saying? Like you start to, so part of the work that we have to do as fathers, just because you have a child, I'm gonna share something with you, brother. My daughter told me this week, she said, Dad, you never come to my practices and my feelings are kind of hurt. Now, mind you, I work so that my daughter can have a different life. My daughter makes more money than most grown-ups. She's 13. She lives in a neighborhood where our neighbors have swimming pools. Other neighbors have double decks. It's nothing but mansions and whatever where we at, right? So she doesn't understand that I can't be there because I'm working, right? So she don't, from her perspective, man, Dad should be at everything. Like, Dad can't be there. I gotta go. I got this client. I gotta go. I gotta do X, Y, and Z so you can eat. When she gets older, I'm sure she'll look back on it, right? I'm just saying these things for us when it comes to fatherhood to understand that all of us are in a trial and error movement. None of us have it perfect. There's no book when you walked in here that said how to be a perfect dad, how to be a perfect father, how to be a perfect husband, how to be a perfect son. We didn't even know that when we was born, right? It's a lot of trial and error. The beauty of this conference is, man, lean on your brother. Lean on your brother, man. Like the people that's here that's willing to pour into you, don't take it for granted. Because trying to figure shit out on our own, and how we said, oh, I got it out the mud. I got it out the mud. Man, you ain't got to get it out the mud. People came before you that already got it out the mud. You could start and bypass all the errors they had and start where they're at and get to where you're trying to get to quicker because you leaned on a brother. One of the biggest flaws in fatherhood in our community is we don't want to do it on our own because we don't want to be vulnerable. When a brother said a safe space to be and talked about being vulnerable, it's the first thing. Like, we think if we say, man, that brother gonna judge me. Man, the brother probably been through the same shit you going through, right? So just when it comes to fatherhood, and it's for all of us, when it comes to fatherhood, like, don't be scared to lean on the brother that's next to you. Find brothers that are good people, link up, build a relationship. And it may not be, I don't see my student minister every day. I'm not at his house every single day, but if I need something, I'm on the phone. If he can't get to me, when he can get to me, but we have a working relationship. I know where if his children need anything, I'm there. You see what I'm saying? Oh, my son get married in Jamaica. Say less. I'm first class in it. You see what I'm saying? I ain't Jamaica too long of a flight.
Yeah,
to,
you're in
you
first
see what I'm
class
saying?
Jamaica.
Oh, his daughter getting engaged, whatever. I'm there. So I just want you to know that we lean on your brother. When you find somebody that's there and their character is good, and lean on your brother, man. That's all we got. In truth, and black men in particular, the things that we go through is unique to us.
Yeah.
Our women are there for us, but they don't understand because they've never been through it. And there's no other culture of people that have the history that we have. So our experience is very unique. So do not be scared to lean on your brother. I don't care what it is, lean on your brother. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you. Yo, fellas, I really appreciate y'all staying to the end, man. Look, this is amazing. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I just love to hear men conversate, substance, content. I just love it. And so again, I'm extending the olive branch to anybody, whoever needs help, whoever wants to be a part of something, whatever, I'm here, I'm available. And I got cards out there. Danae's got cards out there. So grab a card, grab whatever. But just know that you are cared for. You don't have to do it alone. Just what Henry said. You don't have to do it alone. So I want to appreciate these brothers publicly. Thank each and every one of you guys for what you do. So my wife, she did this. So I'm just saying. I appreciate you. Y'all know women, we don't think like that, right? But look, absolutely. Make sure y'all don't forget the vendors out there. Get you a shirt, get you whatever they selling out there. Make sure y'all patronize and take some of that food with you. All that's not going back to my house. I'm just telling y'all. All right, so grab some food. And hey, again, I appreciate y'all. Y'all be safe out there, man. Watch your backs. And try to create some friendships and some networks, okay? So I appreciate you.
Can I say one thing though? Just want to give a big shout out to brother. Can we get a hand clap for brother Kevin Thomas? Dinesh.
I appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all.
I just want to say one thing too. You know, I've been going to counseling with this brother, man. It's high quality. I want to give a testimonial. It's great. Thank you so much. You saved, you know, my relationship. You know, I'm getting married in August primarily because of you. So,
That's a lot of pressure.
So, you know, it's God, then it's you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's a great brother. He's a great therapist. Thank you so much for putting this on, bro.
Thank you. No, thank you guys. Thank y'all for being you. Oh, did you want to say something? You got it.
As a white man here, I want to express my gratitude. This has been a profound experience for me. I've got a master's in marriage and family therapy. I've learned a whole lot of stuff. I learned a whole lot today that I hadn't learned before. And it's just wonderful. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, brothers, grab some pictures with the guys, man. Dinesh, we're going to take some pictures and we're going to wrap. We're going to wrap. Thank y'all again.